The drill bit screeched to a halt, its diamond-tipped edge grinding against something unyielding. Dust swirled in the stale air of the mining pod as Captain Elena Reyes leaned forward, her gloved hand brushing against the jagged surface of the asteroid. The sensors had picked up an anomaly deep below, something dense, something alive. "Cut the power," she barked, her voice crackling over the comms. The team froze as the artifact revealed itself, its surface shimmering with veins of light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with their breath. It was massive, ancient, and unmistakably alien. Reyes stepped closer, her breath fogging the visor of her helmet. "This changes everything," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the low, resonant hum that began to emanate from the artifact. The light intensified, casting long shadows across the crew's faces as the air around them seemed to thicken, heavy with the weight of something unimaginable. And then the hum grew louder, vibrating through their suits, their bones, their minds. The artifact wasn't just alive, it was waking up. The crew's excitement was palpable as they finally retrieved the artifact from the depths of space. It was unlike anything they'd ever seen, a sleek, obsidian-like structure covered in intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer under the light. But as soon as it was secured aboard their ship, the atmosphere changed. A low hum filled the air, almost imperceptible at first, but growing louder with each passing second. Then the lights flickered, the ship's control panels began to spark, and alarms blared as the artifact's energy field surged, overwhelming their systems. "We've lost navigation," shouted the pilot, hands frantically working the controls. "Engines are failing, we're drifting." The ship shuddered violently, the artifact's energy pulsing in waves that seemed to interfere with every piece of technology on board. The crew scrambled to stabilize their vessel, but it was no use. The artifact was in control now, its energy field growing stronger by the minute. With no other options, the captain made the call. "Prepare for emergency landing, we're heading for that planet." The team braced themselves as the ship descended through the planet's atmosphere, the artifact's hum now a deafening roar. The landing was rough, but they made it in one piece, their ship now a smoking hulk on an alien world. As they stepped out onto the planet's surface, the crew was struck by the eerie beauty of their surroundings. The sky was a deep, swirling violet, and the air felt charged, almost electric. But what truly caught their attention was the artifact. It wasn't just humming anymore. It was emitting a series of rhythmic pulses like a heartbeat. And then they noticed something even more unsettling. The planet itself seemed to be responding. Strange, glowing tendrils of light began to rise from the ground, swaying in time with the artifact's pulses. The atmosphere above them shimmered, as if the very air was resonating with the artifact's energy. "It's like it's communicating with the planet," one of the scientists whispered, her voice filled with awe and unease. The crew quickly realized that this wasn't a coincidence. The artifact wasn't just disrupting their ship, it was interacting with something on this planet, something far older and more powerful than they could comprehend. As they set up a temporary camp, the artifact's signals grew stronger, and the planet's response became more pronounced. It was as if the two were engaged in a silent conversation, one that had been waiting to happen for millennia. But the crew couldn't shake the feeling that they were intruding on something they weren't meant to witness. The artifact's energy was alive, almost sentient, and the planet seemed to be watching them, its atmosphere shifting and changing in ways that defied explanation. They had landed in the middle of a mystery, one that was growing more dangerous by the minute. As night fell, the artifact's glow intensified, casting an otherworldly light over the camp. The crew gathered around it, their faces lit by its eerie radiance. "We need to figure out what this thing is," the captain said, her voice steady but filled with determination. "And more importantly, we need to find out what it's doing to this planet." But as they began their investigation, a new sound joined the artifact's hum, a low, guttural rumble that seemed to come from deep within the planet itself. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble, and the glowing tendrils of light surged upward, forming a swirling vortex above the artifact. Whatever was happening, it was clear that the crew had stumbled into something far beyond their understanding, and there was no turning back now. The artifact sat silently in the lab, its surface shimmering faintly under the sterile light. Dr. Marcus Hale leaned closer, his gloved fingers hovering just above its surface, as if afraid to disturb the quiet hum emanating from within. As the team's xenobiologist, Marcus had spent decades studying alien ecosystems and the remnants of civilizations long gone. But this was different. The artifact wasn't just a relic, it was alive, pulsing with a rhythm that defied comprehension. At first, the patterns on its surface seemed random, chaotic swirls of light that danced and flickered without purpose. But Marcus had a hunch. He adjusted the lab's sensors, tuning them to capture not just the visual spectrum, but the subtle vibrations resonating through the air. What emerged was astonishing. The artifact wasn't just emitting light, it was speaking, a language of light and sound, woven together in a symphony of meaning. Marcus spent hours, days poring over the data, isolating sequences and mapping them to patterns. Slowly, painstakingly, he began to decode the message. The first fragments were cryptic, almost poetic. Awaken the dormant. The phrase repeated itself, embedded in the artifact's transmissions like a haunting refrain. But what did it mean? What was dormant, and who or what was meant to awaken it? The crew, already on edge from the artifact's eerie presence, grew restless as Marcus shared his findings. Commander Reyes, ever the pragmatist, demanded clarity. Is this a warning, a command? We need answers, Marcus, not riddles. But Marcus could only shake his head. The artifact's language was unlike anything he had encountered before. It wasn't linear or logical. It was intuitive, almost emotional. Each symbol seemed to carry layers of meaning, shifting depending on the context of the light and sound around it. As the days turned into weeks, the atmosphere aboard the ship grew heavier. The artifact's hum became a constant backdrop to their lives, a reminder of the unknown lurking just beyond their understanding. Some of the crew reported strange dreams, vivid, unsettling visions of vast, empty landscapes and shadowy figures, whispering in a language they couldn't comprehend. Others found themselves drawn to the artifact, spending hours in the lab just to be near it, as if it were calling to them. Marcus, however, remained focused. He knew the artifact held the key to something monumental, something that could change humanity's understanding of the universe. But as he delved deeper into its mysteries, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The phrase, "awaken the dormant," echoed in his mind, a puzzle he couldn't solve. What if the artifact wasn't just a message? What if it was a trigger? The implications were staggering. If the dormant referred to something ancient, something hidden, then awakening it could have consequences far beyond their control. And yet, the artifact's transmissions grew more urgent, more insistent. It was as if it were trying to communicate something vital, something that couldn't wait. Marcus found himself torn. Should he continue decoding, risking whatever might come next, or should he shut it down, burying the artifact's secrets before they could unravel? The decision weighed heavily on him, a burden he couldn't share. For now, he kept working, driven by a mix of curiosity and dread. The artifact had chosen him, and he couldn't turn away, not yet. The crew's unease deepened with each passing day, a quiet tension that hung in the air like a storm waiting to break. And as Marcus stared at the artifact, its light flickering in the dim lab, he couldn't help but wonder, were they the ones meant to awaken the dormant? Or were they simply the messengers, caught in a game they didn't understand? The artifact's presence on the ship was no longer just a curiosity. It was a force that began to seep into the very fabric of the crew's reality. At first, the changes were subtle. A shared sense of unease lingered in the air, as though the artifact was watching, waiting. Then came the dreams, not the fleeting, fragmented kind that vanish upon waking, but vivid, immersive experiences that felt more like memories than fantasies. The crew began to dream of the same place, a sprawling alien city under a crimson sky. its towering spires pulsating with an eerie, bioluminescent glow. The dreams were so vivid that waking felt like stepping out of one world and into another, leaving everyone disoriented and on edge. Engineer Priya Singh was the first to voice her concerns. She had always been the voice of reason, the one who approached every problem with logic and precision, but now her usual calm demeanor was frayed. "This thing is messing with our minds," she said during one of the crew's tense debriefings. "We're not just dreaming, it's like we're being pulled into something, forced to relive moments we've never lived. We need to shut it down before it gets worse." Her words carried a weight that resonated with the others, but Captain Reyes was unmoved. Reyes, ever the visionary, saw the artifact not as a threat, but as an opportunity. "We're the first humans to come into contact with something like this," he argued. "Do you understand what that means? This isn't just a relic, it's a key. A key to understanding a civilization that might have been gone for millions of years. We can't just turn away from that." His passion was infectious, but it also masked a growing recklessness. The more the artifact affected the crew, the more determined he became to unlock its secrets, even as the cost became harder to ignore. The dreams grew darker. What started as visions of a thriving alien society began to shift into something more ominous. The crew saw glimpses of the civilization's downfall, catastrophic events that seemed to echo through the artifact like a warning. They felt the panic, the desperation, as if they were reliving the final moments of a dying race. And then there were the whispers, faint, almost imperceptible at first. They began to creep into the edges of their consciousness, as though the artifact was trying to communicate, to guide them, or perhaps to manipulate them. Priya's warnings became more urgent. "This isn't just about curiosity anymore," she said, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and frustration. "Whatever this thing is, it's not passive. It's alive in a way we can't fully understand, and it's changing us. Can't you see that?" But Reyes remained steadfast. "We're explorers," he replied. "This is what we signed up for, to push boundaries, to uncover truths that no one else has. If we turn back now, we'll never know what we could have discovered." The tension between them mirrored the growing unease among the crew. Some sided with Priya, feeling the weight of the artifact's influence like a shadow they couldn't shake. Others, inspired by Rey's determination, were willing to risk it all for the chance to make history. But as the dreams grew more intense and the whispers louder, the line between discovery and danger began to blur. The artifact wasn't just a window into the past. It was a mirror reflecting the crew's deepest fears and desires, pulling them deeper into a mystery they might not survive. The question wasn't just whether they could unlock the artifact's secrets, it was whether they could withstand what it would reveal about the alien civilization and about themselves. The moment the crew stepped out of their ship, the barren landscape they had expected was nowhere to be found. Instead, they were greeted by an otherworldly spectacle. The ground, which had been lifeless and grey just hours before, now shimmered faintly under their boots. At first, they thought it was a trick of the light, a reflection from the ship's floodlights. But as they ventured further, the truth became undeniable. The planet was alive, not in the way they understood life, but in a way that defied everything they knew about biology, physics, and even time itself. Bioluminescent plants, glowing softly in hues of blue and green, had sprouted from the cracked, dusty surface. They pulsed gently, as though breathing in sync with some unseen rhythm. The crew watched in stunned silence as these alien flora grew before their eyes, unfurling delicate tendrils and spreading across the ground like a living carpet. It wasn't just growth, it was acceleration. Whole fields of these luminous plants emerged in minutes, their light casting eerie shadows across the landscape. Hale, the team's astrobiologist, crouched down to examine one of the plants. She reached out hesitantly, her gloved hand hovering just above its surface. "This shouldn't be possible," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the hum of the ship's engines. "The readings we took when we landed showed no organic material, nothing that could support life." And yet, here it is, not just surviving, but thriving. It's like the planet itself is waking up. The rest of the crew exchanged uneasy glances. They had all seen the data. This planet was supposed to be dead, a lifeless rock orbiting a dying star. But now, it was teeming with activity, and the timing couldn't be ignored. The plants had appeared shortly after they brought the artifact on board. The artifact, with its strange, pulsing energy that seemed to defy every known law of physics. "It's the artifact," Hale said, her voice gaining confidence as she pieced together the clues. "It's not just emitting energy, it's reshaping the environment." "It's terraforming," she stood, her eyes scanning the horizon where more of the glowing plants were sprouting. "Think about it, we've been studying this planet for days, and nothing changed until we activated the artifact. That energy it's giving off, it's not just radiation, it's a catalyst. It's triggering something in the soil, in the atmosphere, maybe even in the very fabric of this world." The implications of her words hung heavy in the air. Terraforming was a concept humanity had theorized about for centuries, the idea of transforming a barren world into a habitable one. But it was always something that required vast resources, advanced technology, and time, decades, if not centuries. What they were witnessing now was terraforming on an unimaginable scale, happening in real time. And it wasn't being done by some advanced civilization. It was being done by an artifact, a relic of a long-lost species that seemed to operate on principles far beyond human understanding. As the crew watched, the bioluminescent plants began to evolve. Their structures became more complex, forming intricate patterns that seemed almost deliberate. Some grew into towering stalks, their tips glowing brighter as they reached toward the sky. Others spread outward, creating networks of light that crisscrossed the ground like veins. It was as if the planet itself was adapting, responding to the artifact's energy in ways that hinted at intelligence, or at least, a kind of instinctual purpose. Hale turned to the rest of the crew, her expression a mix of awe and apprehension. "This changes everything," she said. "If the artifact can do this, if it can transform a dead world into a living one, then it's not just a tool. It's a key to understanding how life can exist in places we never thought possible. And if we can unlock its secrets, we could revolutionize everything we know about biology, ecology, even our place in the universe." But as the crew stood there, surrounded by the alien glow of the rapidly evolving landscape, a question lingered in the back of their minds. If the artifact could bring life to a dead world, what else could it do? And more importantly, what was its purpose? Was it a gift left behind by a benevolent civilization to spread life across the stars? Or was it something else entirely? A weapon, a tool of conquest, or even a warning? The answers, if they existed, were buried somewhere in the artifact's enigmatic core. And the crew knew, deep down, that unlocking those secrets would come at a cost. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, a deep, guttural groan rising from the earth as if the planet itself were protesting their presence. The crew staggered, struggling to keep their balance as the tremor intensified. Rocks and dust cascaded down the hillside, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of crushed stone. Then, with a thunderous crack, the ground split open, a jagged fissure tearing through the landscape just meters from their ship. The sound was deafening, like the roar of some ancient beast waking from eons of slumber. As the dust settled, the crew gathered at the edge of the newly formed crevasse, their flashlights cutting through the haze. What they saw stole their breath. Beneath the fractured surface, a vast, metallic structure glinted in the light, its surfaces smooth and unnervingly precise. It was unlike anything they had ever seen. No seams, no bolts, no visible means of construction. The walls of the structure seemed to pulse faintly, as though alive, and the air around it hummed with a low, resonant frequency that made their skin crawl. Reyes stepped forward, his face illuminated by the eerie glow emanating from below. His eyes narrowed, and his voice, though steady, carried a weight of resolve. "This is it," he said, his words cutting through the silence. "This is what we've been dreaming about. We're not leaving until we find out what's down there." The crew exchanged uneasy glances. Fear was etched into their faces, a palpable tension hanging in the air. They had all seen the same designs in their dreams, the strange geometric patterns, the labyrinthine corridors, the symbols that seemed to shift and change the longer you looked at them. But now, standing on the edge of this abyss, the reality of it was overwhelming. "Sir," one of the crew members began, her voice trembling, "we don't know what's down there." This could be a trap, or worse. Ray's turned to her, his expression unyielding. "We didn't come this far to turn back now. Whatever this is, it's connected to us. To the dreams, to the artifact. If we walk away, we'll never know the truth." The crew hesitated, their fear battling against their curiosity. The structure below seemed to beckon, its mysterious allure impossible to ignore. Slowly, they began to prepare, gathering their equipment and securing ropes to descend into the unknown. Each step was deliberate, each movement tinged with apprehension. As they descended into the fissure, the air grew colder, the hum louder. The walls of the structure were impossibly smooth, reflecting their lights in strange, shifting patterns that seemed to defy logic. The deeper they went, the more the sensation of being watched grew, an invisible presence pressing down on them. Ray's led the way, his determination unwavering. He could feel it, the pull, the connection. This was no coincidence. The dreams, the artifact, the structure, they were all pieces of a puzzle, and he was determined to see it through to the end. The crew's fear didn't dissipate, but it was tempered by a growing sense of purpose. They were on the brink of something monumental, something that could change everything they thought they knew. And as they ventured further into the depths, the line between discovery and danger blurred, leaving them with one unshakable truth: there was no turning back. The air inside the underground structure was thick, almost alive, as if the walls themselves were breathing. The crew moved cautiously, their boots echoing softly against the smooth, metallic floor. The walls around them were unlike anything they had ever seen, smooth and cold to the touch, yet glowing faintly with the same intricate patterns of light that had adorned the artifact. It was as though the entire structure was alive, pulsing with an ancient alien intelligence. Hale, their linguist and codebreaker, stepped forward, her eyes narrowing as she studied the patterns. The light seemed to shift and dance, forming symbols that were both familiar and utterly foreign. She traced a finger along one of the lines, her breath catching as the symbols began to rearrange themselves, responding to her touch. "It's the same language," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, "but it's evolving. It's like it's trying to communicate with us." The crew watched in awe as the walls seemed to come alive, the light patterns shifting and swirling like liquid. Then, abruptly, the movement stopped and a single phrase emerged, glowing brighter than the rest: "Only the worthy may ascend." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning, as the crew exchanged uneasy glances. Before anyone could react, the ground beneath them trembled and the walls began to shift. The smooth surfaces folded inward, revealing hidden passages and stairways that spiraled upward into the darkness. The structure was reconfiguring itself, as if responding to their presence, or perhaps testing them. Reynolds, the team's leader, clenched his fists, his mind racing. "We need to stay together," he said, his voice steady but laced with urgency. "Whatever this place is, it's not just a tomb, it's a puzzle, and we're the pieces." Hale nodded, her eyes still fixed on the glowing symbols. "It's more than that," she said. "This language, it's not just a warning, it's an invitation. Or maybe a challenge. Only the worthy may ascend. It's telling us we have to prove ourselves." As the crew moved forward, the structure continued to shift around them, the walls closing in behind them as new paths opened ahead. The air grew colder and the light from the walls dimmed, casting long shadows that danced eerily across the floor. The sense of being watched was palpable, as if the structure itself was judging them, weighing their worth. Then from the shadows, a low hum began to build, resonating through the air and vibrating in their bones. It was a sound unlike anything they had ever heard, deep and resonant, yet somehow melodic, as if the structure was singing to them. The crew froze, their eyes darting around as the hum grew louder, filling the space around them. Hale's eyes widened as she realized what was happening. "It's not just testing us," she said, her voice trembling with excitement. "It's teaching us the language. It's not static. It's alive. It's adapting to us, trying to see if we can keep up." The crew exchanged determined looks, their unease giving way to a sense of purpose. They were no longer just explorers. They were participants in something far greater than themselves. The structure wasn't just a relic of the past, it was a gateway, a challenge laid down by an ancient civilization to see if humanity was ready to take the next step. As they pressed forward, the walls continued to shift, the light patterns becoming more complex, more demanding. Hale worked tirelessly, her fingers flying across the glowing symbols as she tried to decipher their meaning. The crew moved as one, their movements synchronized, their minds focused. They were no longer just a group of explorers. They were a team, bound together by a shared purpose and a growing sense of awe. The structure was no longer just a mystery, it was a test, a crucible designed to separate the worthy from the unworthy, and as the crew ventured deeper into its depths, they couldn't help but wonder, were they truly ready for what lay ahead? The air in the chamber grew colder, and the faint hum of the artifact intensified, vibrating through the crew's bones like a silent warning. Suddenly, the light within the artifact flared, casting jagged patterns across the walls. A holographic projection materialized in the center of the room, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The figure was humanoid but distinctly alien. Its elongated limbs shimmered with a translucent, iridescent quality, and its eyes, if they could even be called that, were pools of shifting light. The crew froze, their breath caught in their throats. Then it spoke. Its voice was neither male nor female, but something entirely different, a haunting, resonant tone that seemed to echo not just in their ears, but in their minds. "You have awakened the catalyst," it said, each word carrying a weight that pressed against their chests. "It will judge your species." The words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding, as the hologram began to dissolve, its form fracturing into countless shards of light that faded into nothingness. For a moment, no one moved. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the faint, persistent hum of the artifact. Commander Voss was the first to speak, her voice low but steady. "Did anyone else hear that, or am I hallucinating?" Her attempt at levity fell flat, met only with uneasy glances from the crew. Dr. Elara Kim, the team's xenolinguist, stepped forward, her analytical mind already racing. It wasn't just a projection, that was a message, a warning, or maybe an announcement. But who, or what was that being, and what does it mean by judge our species? Her questions hung in the air, unanswered but deeply unsettling. The crew began to debate, their voices rising in urgency. What if this thing isn't a gift at all? Engineer Ryan Tech interjected, his tone sharp with suspicion. What if it's a weapon, something designed to test us, or worse, to destroy us? That voice didn't exactly sound friendly. But Dr. Kim shook her head, her expression thoughtful. "It's possible, but we shouldn't jump to conclusions. The word catalyst suggests something transformative, not necessarily destructive. Maybe it's a tool, a means for us to evolve or prove ourselves. The question is, what does it want from us?" Commander Voss crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on the artifact. "Either way, we're in uncharted territory. We don't know its purpose, its origin, or what it's capable of. And that voice, if it's telling the truth, we've already set something in motion." There's no turning back now. The tension in the room was palpable, a mix of fear, curiosity, and determination. Each member of the crew grappled with their own doubts and theories. Was the artifact a harbinger of doom or a beacon of hope, a tool for progress or a trap waiting to spring? As the debate continued, one thing became clear. The crew was no longer just explorers. They had become participants in something far larger than themselves, something that would challenge not just their understanding of the universe, but their very place within it. The catalyst had been awakened, and whatever came next, it would change everything. The artifact's hum grew louder, as if responding to their thoughts, and the crew exchanged uneasy glances. Whatever judgment awaited them, they would face it together, but the question of whether they were ready lingered, unanswered, in the air. Reyes stood frozen, her breath caught in her throat as the artifact pulsed with an otherworldly glow. It felt alive, like a heartbeat syncing with her own. Before she could react, it moved faster than she could comprehend. The artifact surged forward, its metallic surface liquefying as it flowed up her arm, embedding itself into her skin. She gasped, a searing heat spreading through her veins, but there was no pain, only a strange electric warmth. Her vision blurred, and for a moment she felt as though she were floating, untethered from reality. When her senses returned, she stared at her arm. The artifact was gone, but its intricate patterns had etched themselves into her flesh, glowing faintly like veins of light. At first, she thought it was her imagination, but then she felt it, a surge of energy coursing through her, raw and untamed. Her fingertips sparked tiny arcs of light dancing between them. She could feel it, this power, like a current beneath her skin, waiting to be unleashed. Reyes raised her hand, and with a thought, a swirling orb of energy formed in her palm, crackling with potential. The crew watched in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of awe and unease. No one had ever seen anything like this. Reyes herself didn't know what to think. She had always been a scientist, grounded in logic and reason, but this defied everything she knew. As the days passed, the whispers began. At first, they were faint, like distant echoes in the back of her mind. She tried to ignore them, chalking it up to stress or exhaustion, but they grew louder, more insistent. They weren't words, exactly, more like impressions, emotions, intentions. They spoke of a cycle, something ancient and unending. Complete the cycle, they urged, over and over. The phrase echoed in her thoughts, a mantra she couldn't escape. It filled her with a strange sense of purpose, but also a growing dread. What cycle? What did it mean, and why her? The crew noticed the changes in her. Reyes had always been calm, methodical, but now she seemed distant, her focus fractured. She spent hours alone in the lab, experimenting with her newfound abilities, trying to understand the whispers. When she emerged, her eyes had a faraway look, as if she was seeing something no one else could. Her once steady hands now trembled with the energy she struggled to control. Sparks would fly when she was startled, and one incident nearly set the ship's systems ablaze. The crew began to exchange uneasy glances, their trust in her wavering. Captain Lyra was the first to voice their concerns. "Reyes, we need to talk," she said one evening, her tone firm but not unkind. "Whatever's happening to you, it's affecting the mission." "You're not yourself." Reyes wanted to argue, to reassure them, but how could she? She barely understood what was happening to her. The whispers were growing louder, more urgent, and the energy within her felt like a storm she couldn't contain. She tried to explain, to make them understand, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, she nodded, her silence only deepening their suspicion. The tension on the ship was palpable. Reyes could feel their eyes on her, their questions unspoken but heavy in the air. She wanted to tell them everything, to share the burden, but something held her back. The whispers warned her to stay silent, to trust no one. Complete the cycle, they urged, their tone now tinged with desperation. Reyes felt torn, caught between her loyalty to the crew and the inexplicable pull of the artifact. She didn't know what the cycle was, but she feared what it might demand of her, and what it might cost. One night, as she lay in her quarters, the whispers grew deafening. They no longer asked, they commanded. Reyes clenched her fists, the energy within her surging in response. She felt a pull, a gravitational force drawing her towards something she couldn't see. The ship's lights flickered, and the hum of the engines seemed to falter. She knew then that this wasn't just about her anymore. The artifact had chosen her for a reason, and whatever lay ahead, it would change everything. For her, for the crew, and perhaps for all of humanity. The air in the chamber was thick, almost suffocating. as if the weight of centuries pressed down on the crew. The walls pulsed faintly with a soft, bioluminescent glow, casting eerie shadows that danced across the rows upon rows of alien pods. Each one was identical, sleek, translucent, and just large enough to contain a humanoid form. Inside, the figures were suspended in a state of perfect stillness, their features blurred by the faint haze of whatever stasis field held them. It was as if the chamber itself was alive, breathing with a rhythm that seemed to sync with the faint hum resonating from the artifact Singh, clutched tightly in his hands. "This isn't just a relic," Singh muttered, his voice trembling with a mix of awe and dread. "It's a key to something much larger than we imagined." He turned to the crew, his eyes wide with realization. These pods, they're not just storage, they're part of a system, a test, the artifact we found, the way it reacted to us. It's been assessing us, studying us, and if we fail whatever trial it has set, we'll end up like them, frozen, forever. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, the gravity of Singh's words sinking in. Around them, the pods seemed to shimmer faintly, as if stirred by their presence. The faint hum grew louder, more insistent, like a heartbeat quickening. It was as though the chamber itself was waking up, responding to their intrusion. Maya stepped forward, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "If this is a test, then what's the objective? What does it want from us?" She glanced at the nearest pod, her breath fogging the surface as she leaned closer. Inside, the figure seemed almost serene, its face frozen in an expression that could have been peace or resignation. Singh shook his head slowly, his fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the artifact. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's designed to push us to our limits. To see if we're capable of evolving, of adapting, and if we're not." He trailed off, his gaze drifting back to the pods. The chamber seemed to respond to his words, the glow intensifying as the hum shifted into a low, resonant vibration. One by one, the pods began to stir, the haze inside them swirling as the figures within twitched faintly. It was a subtle movement at first, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. "Something was waking up, Singh," Maya said sharply, her voice cutting through the rising tension. "We need to get out of here, now." But before anyone could move, the artifact in Singh's hands flared to life, its patterns glowing brighter than ever. A sudden, deafening crack echoed through the chamber as one of the pods split open, releasing a cloud of vapor that hissed and swirled in the air. The figure inside slumped forward, its movements jerky and unsteady, as if relearning how to control its limbs. The crew froze, caught between the instinct to flee and the horrifying fascination of what they were witnessing. The figure raised its head slowly, revealing eyes that glowed with the same bioluminescent light as the chamber walls. Its gaze locked onto Singh, and for a moment there was a strange, almost human recognition in its expression. Then it spoke, a sound that was less a voice and more a vibration, deep and resonant, echoing through the chamber and into their very bones. The words were unintelligible, but the meaning was clear. This was no longer just a test. The stakes had just been raised. The artifact pulsed in Singh's hands, its light flaring in sync with the figure's movements. Around them, more pods began to crack open, the chamber filling with the sound of splitting glass and hissing vapor. The crew backed away, their breaths coming in short, panicked gasps as the reality of their situation became unavoidable. "If we fail," Singh said, his voice barely above a whisper, "we don't just die, we become part of this, forever." And as the first of the awakened figures took a step forward, the crew realized they were no longer just explorers. They were participants in a game they didn't fully understand, and survival was no longer guaranteed. The air grew heavy with anticipation as the artifact's energy surged outward, rippling across the planet like a wave of light. It wasn't just a glow, it was alive, pulsing with a rhythm that seemed to sync with the very heartbeat of the world beneath their feet. Hale felt it first, a tremor in the ground that wasn't just physical but almost emotional, as if the planet itself was waking from a long, deep slumber. "Something's happening," he muttered, his voice barely audible over the growing hum that filled the air. The crew watched in stunned silence as the energy spread, touching everything in its path. Ancient structures, long buried beneath layers of dirt and time, began to stir. Gears creaked, mechanisms whirred, and the ground itself shifted as if the planet was rearranging its bones. "It's not just the artifact," Hale said, his eyes wide with realization. "It's the entire planet, this thing. It's waking up everything." The crew scrambled to gather data, their instruments going haywire as the energy continued to spread. Readings spiked, alarms blared, and the once silent underground caverns now echoed with the sounds of machinery coming to life. It was as if the planet had a hidden circulatory system, and the artifact had just jump-started its heart. Hale's mind raced as he pieced together the fragments of what they'd learned, the alien messages, the cryptic symbols, the way the artifacts seemed to respond to their presence. It all pointed to something far bigger than they'd imagined. "This isn't just a test," he said, his voice steady but filled with awe. "It's a resurrection. They're not just testing us, they're bringing something back to life." The crew exchanged uneasy glances. "Bringing what back to life?" one of them asked, their voice trembling. Hale didn't answer immediately. He was too busy studying the readings on his screen, watching as the energy spread further and further, awakening more and more of the planet's ancient systems. It was like watching a puzzle assemble itself in real time, each piece clicking into place with unnerving precision. "We're not just here to observe," he finally said. "We're part of this. They've been waiting for us, or someone like us, to trigger this, to start the process." As the machines continued their work, the crew began to understand the scope of what they'd unleashed. Massive structures rose from the ground, their surfaces covered in the same intricate symbols they'd seen on the artifact. Lights flickered to life, casting an eerie glow across the landscape. It was as if the planet had been frozen in time, waiting for the right moment to resume its purpose, and now that moment had arrived. But with this revelation came a chilling question. What was their role in all of this? Were they meant to guide this resurrection, or were they merely pawns in a much larger game? Hale's mind buzzed with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. "We need to figure out what this place is," he said, his tone urgent. "If we're part of their plan, we need to know what that plan is. Otherwise, we're just stumbling in the dark." The crew nodded, their earlier awe now tinged with a growing sense of responsibility. They moved quickly, gathering whatever data they could as the planet continued to transform around them. It was a race against time, not just to understand what was happening, but to determine their place in it. Were they the architects of this new era, or were they simply the spark that had ignited a fire far beyond their control? As the machines worked tirelessly to repair the underground structures, Hale couldn't shake the feeling that they were standing on the precipice of something monumental. This wasn't just about uncovering an alien artifact anymore. It was about unraveling the very fabric of a civilization that had been waiting, dormant for untold millennia. And now that civilization was waking up and the crew was right in the middle of it, the question was, what would they do when it fully awoke? Reyes stood in the dimly lit corridor of the ship, her hands trembling as she stared at the faint, pulsating glow emanating from beneath her skin. It had started as a subtle warmth, a strange but manageable sensation, but now it felt like a storm raging inside her, an energy she could barely contain. She clenched her fists, trying to steady herself, but the power surged again, unbidden and wild. The walls around her seemed to hum in response, the metal groaning under some unseen force. She could feel it, the artifact's influence growing stronger, whispering to her in ways she couldn't fully understand. It was during a routine systems check that it happened. Reyes had been working alongside Johnson, one of the ship's engineers, trying to recalibrate the oxygen filters. She had been distracted, her mind clouded by the constant hum of the artifact's energy. Johnson had asked her a question, something about the pressure levels, but before she could respond, a sharp, searing pain shot through her temples. Her vision blurred, and suddenly, she was no longer in control. The energy burst from her in a violent wave, slamming Johnson against the wall with a sickening thud. He crumpled to the floor, clutching his ribs, his face twisted in pain and shock. Reyes froze, her breath catching in her throat. I didn't mean to," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. She reached out to help him, but he flinched, his eyes wide with fear. The look on his face cut deeper than any physical wound. She had done this, she had hurt him, and worse, she didn't know how to stop it from happening again. Word of the incident spread quickly through the crew. Whispers followed Reyes wherever she went, hushed conversations that stopped the moment she entered a room. She could feel their unease, their suspicion. They had trusted her, relied on her, and now they were afraid of her. The weight of their stares was almost too much to bear. It was Singh who finally confronted her. She found Reyes alone in the observation deck, staring out at the endless expanse of stars. The silence between them was heavy, charged with unspoken tension. "You're not you anymore," Singh said, her voice steady but laced with concern. "That thing, the artifact, it's changing you. I've seen it, we all have." Reyes turned to face her, her expression a mix of defiance and desperation. "I'm still me," she insisted, though even she could hear the uncertainty in her voice. "I can control it, I just need more time." Singh shook her head, her gaze unwavering. "You're not in control, Reyes, you're losing yourself. You hurt Johnson. What if it happens again? What if next time it's worse?" The words hit Reyes like a blow. She wanted to argue, to tell Singh she was wrong, but deep down, she knew there was truth in them. The artifact's power was consuming her, reshaping her in ways she couldn't fully comprehend. Her thoughts felt fragmented, her emotions amplified and distorted. She could feel herself slipping, the boundaries of her identity blurring with each passing moment. "I don't know what to do," Reyes admitted, her voice breaking. "I can feel it inside me, Singh. It's like it's alive, like it's part of me now." Singh stepped closer, her expression softening. "We'll figure this out together," she said. "But you have to let us help you. You can't keep pushing us away." Reyes nodded, though the fear in her eyes was unmistakable. She wanted to believe Singh, to trust that there was still a way to reclaim herself. But as she looked down at her hands, still faintly glowing with the artifact's energy, she couldn't shake the sinking feeling that she was already too far gone. The artifact had promised power, knowledge, a connection to something greater, but at what cost, and how much of herself would she have to sacrifice to find out? The air inside the structure grew heavier the deeper they went, the walls pulsing faintly with a rhythm that matched the pounding in Hale's chest. The team had been navigating the labyrinthine corridors for what felt like hours, their path illuminated only by the faint glow of their helmet lights and the occasional flicker of the alien walls. Every step felt deliberate, as though the structure itself was testing their resolve, and then they found it, a cavernous chamber that seemed to stretch endlessly into the darkness. At its center, suspended in a web of glowing filaments, was the energy core. It was massive, dwarfing everything around it, its surface alive with swirling patterns of light that shifted like liquid fire. Hale felt the hum of it in his bones, a low, resonant vibration that seemed to echo through the very fabric of the structure. He hesitated at the threshold, his mind racing. This wasn't just a power source, it was the power source, the heart of the artifact, and it was terrifyingly beautiful. Reyes stepped forward, her voice cutting through the tension. "This is it," she said, her tone equal parts awe and determination. "This is what's been keeping this thing running. If we can control it, we can find a way out of here. But if we mess it up," she didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. The unspoken words hung in the air like a storm cloud. Hale's instinct screamed at him to turn back, to leave the core untouched. The artifact had already proven itself unpredictable, its technology far beyond human understanding. Activating the core could unleash forces they couldn't control, forces that might tear the structure and them apart. But Reyes was right. They were out of options. The artifact had sealed them in, and their supplies were dwindling. If they didn't act soon, they'd be trapped here forever, another mystery lost to the void. "We have to try," Reyes said again, her voice steady despite the weight of her words. "It's our only way out." Hale glanced at the rest of the crew, their faces pale and drawn in the eerie light of the core. He could see the fear in their eyes, but he could also see the resolve. They were all thinking the same thing. They had come too far to turn back now. Even if the risks were astronomical, even if the core was a Pandora's box waiting to be opened, they had no choice but to take the chance. As they approached the core, the filaments around it began to shift, reacting to their presence. The light intensified, casting strange shadows on the walls that seemed to move and twist as though alive. Hale felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of unease, as though the structure itself was warning them to stop. But Reyes was already at the control panel, or what they assumed was a control panel, a series of glowing glyphs etched into a smooth, metallic surface. Her fingers hovered over the symbols, trembling slightly. "What if this thing doesn't just power the artifact?" Hale asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "What if it's something else, a weapon, a gateway? We don't even know what we're dealing with." Reyes didn't look at him. "We don't have the luxury of knowing," she said. "We either take the risk or we die here. I know which one I'm choosing." The tension in the room was palpable, each second stretching into an eternity. Hale's mind raced with possibilities, each one more catastrophic than the last. But deep down, he knew Reyes was right. They had to try. The core was their only hope, the only thing standing between them and a slow, suffocating death in the depths of this alien tomb. As Reyes's fingers finally made contact with the glyphs, the core flared to life, its light flooding the chamber in a blinding cascade. The hum grew louder, more insistent, until it felt like the entire structure was vibrating with energy. Hale's heart pounded in his chest as he braced himself for whatever came next. Would this be their salvation, or their doom? Only time would tell. But one thing was certain, there was no turning back now. The room fell silent as the crew gathered around the alien core, its faint hum resonating through the cold metal walls of the ship. It was a sound that had become both familiar and unnerving over the past few weeks, a reminder of the artifact's otherworldly power. The core glowed with an eerie light, pulsing faintly as if it were alive, waiting for something or someone. Dr. Patel's voice broke the silence, her tone clinical but laced with unease. "The readings are clear. To activate the core, it needs a massive surge of energy, more than our ship can generate. It's not just asking for power, it's asking for a sacrifice." The weight of her words hung heavily in the air. No one spoke at first, the implications sinking in. A sacrifice. The core wasn't just a machine, it was a sentient entity, demanding a price for its secrets. Reyes, who had been quietly observing from the edge of the room, stepped forward. Her face was calm, resolute, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. "I'll do it," she said, her voice steady. "I'm already part of it. The artifact chose me. Let me do this." The crew turned to her, stunned. Captain Mercer was the first to object. "Reyes, no. We'll find another way. There has to be another way." But Reyes shook her head, her expression softening as she looked at each of them. "You know there isn't. This thing, this core, it's been calling to me since we found it. I can feel it. It's like it's part of me now. If I don't do this, we'll never unlock its secrets. And who knows what else is out there waiting for us? We need to know." Her words struck a chord. They all felt it. The pull of the unknown, the desperate need to understand what the artifact could reveal. But the cost was too high, too personal. Engineer Chen spoke up, his voice trembling. "Reyes, this could kill you. We can't just let you do this." Reyes smiled faintly, a bittersweet expression that made her look both brave and vulnerable. "If it does, then at least I'll have done something meaningful. Something that matters, and if it doesn't, well, maybe I'll come back with answers we can't even imagine." The crew exchanged uneasy glances, torn between their reluctance to lose her and the undeniable truth of her words. They had come too far to turn back now. The artifact had changed them, changed everything, and Reyes, more than anyone, had become a bridge between their world and whatever lay beyond. Captain Mercer finally nodded, his voice heavy with resignation. "All right, but we're not leaving you. Whatever happens, we're in this together." Reyes stepped toward the core, her movements deliberate but unsteady. The artifact seemed to respond to her presence, its glow intensifying, the hum growing louder. She reached out, her hand hovering just above its surface. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a sudden surge of energy shot through her, a blinding light engulfing the room. The crew shielded their eyes, panic rising as Reyes' body went rigid, her face contorted in pain. "Reyes," Mercer shouted, but she didn't, or couldn't respond. The energy continued to flow, a torrent of raw power that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The ship's systems flickered, alarms blaring as the core absorbed more and more energy, and then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The light faded, and Reyes collapsed to the floor, her body limp. The crew rushed to her side, their hearts pounding. "Reyes, can you hear me?" Patel asked, pressing her fingers to her wrist. For a moment, there was no response. Then, Reyes' eyes fluttered open, her gaze distant but alive. She looked up at them, her voice barely a whisper. "It worked, I saw everything." Her words sent a chill through the room. What had she seen? What had the core shown her? And at what cost? The crew knew one thing for certain: nothing would ever be the same again. The air inside the structure grew heavy, charged with a hum that vibrated through every surface, every bone. The artifact's core, once dormant, now pulsed with a rhythm that felt alive, as though it were breathing in sync with the universe itself. A blinding light erupted from its center, spiraling outward in waves of energy that illuminated the chamber in hues of gold and blue. The walls seemed to dissolve, replaced by a swirling vortex of stars and shadows, a gateway to something other. Hale's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and urgent. "This isn't just energy, it's a portal, but the artifact it's destabilizing. If we don't leave now, we'll be trapped here forever." Her words hung in the air, heavy with implication. The crew froze, caught between awe and terror. The portal shimmered like liquid glass, offering a glimpse of a world beyond their comprehension. Jagged mountains pierced an alien sky, and rivers of light snaked through valleys that seemed to stretch into infinity. It was beautiful, it was terrifying. "Do we go through?" asked Kieran, his voice trembling. His eyes darted between the portal and Hale, searching for certainty where there was none. This could be the discovery of a lifetime, or it could be a one-way trip. "We don't even know what's on the other side," Mara interjected, her tone laced with skepticism. "What if it's a trap? What if we step through and there's no way back?" She crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on the artifact, which now crackled with erratic bursts of energy. The structure around them groaned, as if straining under the weight of the power it contained. Hale's expression was unreadable, but her voice carried a weight of authority. "The artifact's design suggests it's a bridge, not a prison, but it's old, ancient, even, and it's breaking down. We don't have time to debate this. If we don't act, we'll be stuck here, and this entire mission will have been for nothing." The crew exchanged uneasy glances, the gravity of the decision pressing down on them. Kieran took a step forward, his hand outstretched toward the portal. The energy seemed to reach back, tendrils of light curling around his fingers. It feels alive," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder, "like it's calling to us." Mara shook her head. "Or it's pulling us in. We don't know what we're dealing with. This could be a mistake. And staying here could be a bigger one," Hale countered. "The artifact's energy is fading. If we don't go now, we may never get another chance." The debate raged on, each argument met with a counterpoint. The portal flickered, its light dimming as the artifact's core began to sputter. Time was running out. Kieran turned to Hale, his resolve hardening. "You said it yourself. This is why we came here, to find answers, to explore the unknown. If we don't take this risk, what was the point of any of it?" Mara opened her mouth to protest, but Hale raised a hand, silencing her. "We're out of time," she said, her voice steady. "We go through together." The crew hesitated for a moment longer, the weight of their decision pressing down on them. Then, as one, they stepped toward the portal, the artifact's light flaring one last time before the world around them dissolved into nothingness. The last thing they saw was the chamber collapsing, swallowed by the void as the artifact finally gave way, and then silence. The journey through the portal was unlike anything they had ever experienced. It was as if they were being pulled apart and reassembled, their very essence unraveling and knitting back together. When they emerged on the other side, the air was thick with the scent of something foreign, metallic yet sweet. The sky above was a deep, swirling purple, dotted with twin suns that cast an eerie glow over the landscape, but there was no time to marvel at their surroundings. A distant rumble echoed through the air, and the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. Hale turned to the crew, her expression grim. "We're not alone here. And whatever's coming, it's not friendly." The portal had brought them to a new world, but it was clear they were far from safe. The artifact had opened a door, but what lay beyond was a mystery, one that could either be their salvation or their undoing. The air grew heavy, charged with an energy that seemed to hum in the very marrow of their bones. Reyes stood at the edge of the portal, her silhouette framed by the swirling, otherworldly light that pulsed and shifted like liquid starlight. The whispers, once distant and fragmented, now swelled into a cacophony of voices, some pleading, others commanding, all impossibly ancient. They coiled around her, tugging at her mind, pulling her forward as if she were a thread caught in a cosmic tapestry. Her breath hitched, her hand trembling as she reached out, fingers brushing the shimmering surface of the portal. It felt neither hot nor cold, but alive, like touching the heartbeat of something vast and unknowable. Without a word, Reyes stepped through. The crew watched in stunned silence as her form dissolved into the light, swallowed whole by the unknown. For a moment, there was only stillness, the kind that seems to stretch time itself. Then, the whispers turned sharp, insistent, as if the portal itself were demanding their attention. Murphy was the first to break the silence. What the hell just happened? His voice was strained, barely above a whisper, as though speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile reality they were clinging to. Chen shook her head, her usual composure cracking under the weight of the moment. She didn't even hesitate, she just went, because she heard them, Alvarez said quietly, his eyes fixed on the portal. The voices, they've been calling to her since we found that artifact. Whatever this is, it chose her. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, the unspoken question hanging between them like a blade. Should they follow? The portal loomed before them, an enigma wrapped in light, promising answers but offering no guarantees. It wasn't just the fear of the unknown that held them back. It was the realization that stepping through might mean leaving everything they knew behind. Their lives, their world, their very sense of self could be unraveled in an instant. Murphy crossed his arms, his jaw tight. This is insane. We don't even know what's on the other side. For all we know, it's a one-way trip. And what if it's not? Chen countered, her voice steady despite the tension. What if this is what we've been searching for? The answers, the truth. Reyes believed it was worth the risk. Maybe we should too. Alvarez stepped forward, his gaze locked on the portal. Reyes didn't just believe. She knew, those voices, they weren't just in her head. They were real, and they're still calling. Can't you feel it? The question hung in the air, unanswered but undeniable. There was a pull, subtle but insistent, like the tide drawing them toward the shore. It wasn't just curiosity or duty driving them now. It was something deeper, something primal. Murphy exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair. If we do this, there's no going back. You understand that, right? This isn't like jumping into a black hole or exploring some alien planet. This is different. Chen nodded, her expression grim but resolute. I know, but if we don't go, we'll never know, and I can't live with that. One by one, they moved closer to the portal, their hesitation giving way to a quiet determination. Alvarez was the first to cross the threshold, his form vanishing into the light without a sound. Chen followed, her steps deliberate, her heart pounding in her chest. Murphy lingered for a moment longer, his eyes scanning the room as if committing it to memory. Then, with a muttered curse and a shake of his head, he stepped through, leaving the familiar world behind. The portal rippled, its light flickering like a dying star, before collapsing in on itself with a soundless implosion. The room was empty, the artifact silent once more. Whatever lay beyond, the crew had chosen to face it together, knowing full well that their old reality might already be lost to them. And somewhere, in the vast expanse of the unknown, Reyes waited. The moment the crew stepped through the portal, the world around them shifted into something beyond comprehension. The air itself seemed to hum with an otherworldly energy, a low, resonant vibration that made their bones tremble. Above them, the sky, if it could even be called, that was a swirling tapestry of colors that defied any earthly spectrum. Shades of violet and gold twisted into patterns that seemed to pulse with life, while distant structures floated in defiance of gravity, their shapes bending and folding in ways that made the mind recoil. Hale's voice broke the stunned silence, low and awestruck. "This isn't just another planet," he murmured, his eyes fixed on the impossible horizon. "It's another universe." The ground beneath their feet was unlike anything they had ever encountered. It wasn't dirt or rock or sand, but a shimmering, translucent surface that rippled faintly with every step, as though alive. Each footfall sent tiny ripples outward, like dropping a pebble into a still pond, but the ripples didn't fade. They grew, morphing into complex geometric patterns that spiraled and fractured before dissolving into the air. It was as though the very fabric of this place reacted to their presence, a living, breathing entity that observed them with silent curiosity. The floating structures that dotted the landscape were even more bewildering. They weren't buildings in any conventional sense, but rather massive, interconnected forms that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Some resembled crystalline spires, their surfaces refracting light into impossible angles, while others were smooth and organic, like the inside of a living organism. Bridges of light connected these structures, glowing ribbons that twisted and writhed like serpents, yet remained perfectly stable. The crew could see movement within them, shapes that might have been creatures or machines, or something entirely beyond classification, darting through the pathways with an eerie grace. As they ventured further, the crew began to notice something unsettling. The geometry of this place wasn't just irregular, it was actively hostile to human perception. Walls that appeared straight from one angle would curve and warp when viewed from another, creating a dizzying sense of disorientation. Staircases led to nowhere, or worse, seemed to loop back on themselves in endless, nonsensical spirals. Even the air felt different, thicker and heavier, as though the very atmosphere was resisting their intrusion. Every breath was a reminder that they didn't belong here, that this place was not meant for beings like them. Hale took the lead, his movements cautious but deliberate. "Stay close," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "We don't know what we're dealing with here. Everything about this place, it's alive, it's watching us." His words sent a shiver through the group, but no one dared to argue. The evidence was all around them, in the way the ground shifted beneath their feet, in the way the floating structures seemed to tilt and turn as though observing them, in the way the very air seemed to hum with a low, almost predatory curiosity. As they pressed on, the crew began to notice something else, a sound, faint at first, but growing louder with each step. It wasn't a noise they could easily describe, a strange blend of music and machinery, a symphony of clicks and whirs and melodic tones that seemed to resonate deep within their chests. It was coming from one of the largest structures ahead, a towering monolith that pulsed with a soft inner light. The closer they got, the more the sound seemed to pull at them, as though inviting them in, or perhaps warning them away. Hale paused at the base of the structure, his hand resting on the surface. It was warm, almost like skin, and he could feel a faint vibration beneath his fingertips. "This is it," he said, his voice tinged with both awe and apprehension. "Whatever brought us here, whatever this place is, it's all connected to this. We need to find out why." The crew exchanged uneasy glances, but there was no turning back now. They had stepped into a world that defied all logic, all reason, and the only way out was through. The air inside the cavern seemed to thicken as the crew stood frozen, their eyes locked on the alien beings before them. These creatures were unlike anything they had ever encountered. Their forms shimmered with an otherworldly iridescence, as though woven from starlight itself. Yet, despite their ethereal presence, there was an unmistakable sense of intelligence in their gaze, a knowing, ancient wisdom that sent shivers down the crew's spines. Moments earlier, Reyes had been examining the artifact, its surface now glowing faintly as if responding to the presence of the beings. Then, without warning, her body went rigid, her eyes flickering with an unnatural light. The crew instinctively stepped back, their breaths caught in their throats. Reyes' voice, usually steady and calm, now resonated with a deep, resonant timbre that didn't belong to her. "You have been chosen to ascend," the voice said, each word reverberating through the cavern like a cosmic echo. "The Catalyst has judged you worthy." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, their minds racing to process what was happening. Reyes, or whatever was speaking through her, turned her head slowly, her gaze sweeping over each of them as if appraising their very souls. "Chosen for what?" one of the crew members finally managed to ask, their voice trembling. The being controlling Reyes tilted her head, as if considering the question. "The Catalyst is the key," it replied, its tone both patient and enigmatic. "It is the bridge between your world and the infinite. Those who carry it are destined to transcend the boundaries of your understanding." The crew's initial fear began to give way to a mix of awe and curiosity. They had come here seeking answers, but now it seemed the answers were seeking them. The artifact, once a mysterious, inscrutable object, was now revealed to be something far greater. It wasn't just a relic, it was a conduit, a tool designed to connect them to a higher purpose. As the alien beings began to move closer, their movements fluid and almost hypnotic, the crew felt a strange sensation wash over them. It wasn't fear or dread, but something deeper, a sense of belonging, as though they were pieces of a puzzle finally clicking into place. The beings didn't seem hostile. If anything, they appeared almost reverent, as if the crew's arrival had been anticipated for eons. One of the beings extended a hand-like appendage toward Reyes, and she reached out in response, her movements no longer her own. The artifact pulsed with light, its energy synchronizing with the rhythm of the cavern. The crew watched in stunned silence as the air around them began to shimmer, the very fabric of reality seeming to bend and warp. "You are not mere travelers," the voice continued through Reyes. "You are harbingers of change, chosen by the Catalyst to herald a new era. The universe is vast, and its secrets are not meant to remain hidden. Through you, the veil shall be lifted." The crew's minds reeled at the implications. They had always believed their mission was one of exploration and discovery, but now it seemed they were part of something far grander, a cosmic plan that stretched beyond the confines of their understanding. The artifact wasn't just a discovery, it was a test, a measure of their readiness to embrace a truth that defied their most fundamental beliefs. As the light from the artifact grew brighter, the crew felt a strange pull, as though they were being drawn into its energy. The alien beings began to fade, their forms dissolving into the light, leaving Reyes standing alone, her eyes returning to their normal state. She blinked disoriented, as if waking from a deep sleep. What just happened?" she asked, her voice her own again. The crew hesitated, unsure of how to explain what they had just witnessed. But one thing was clear, their journey was far from over. The artifact had chosen them, and now they were bound to a destiny they could scarcely comprehend. The cavern, once a place of mystery, now felt like a threshold, a gateway to a reality beyond their wildest imaginations. As they gathered their thoughts and prepared to move forward, the weight of their newfound purpose settled over them. They were no longer just explorers, they were participants in a cosmic design, and the path ahead promised revelations that would challenge everything they thought they knew. The tension in the chamber was palpable as the alien beings' words hung in the air, their voices resonating with an unsettling finality. Sing, ever the skeptic, stepped forward, his voice steady but edged with defiance. "What happens if we refuse?" he asked, his question cutting through the eerie silence. The aliens turned their gaze toward him, their eyes, if they could even be called eyes, seeming to pierce through his very soul. The response came not as a threat, but as a cold, immutable truth. There is no refusal, only evolution or extinction. The room seemed to shrink around them as the weight of those words settled in. The artifact, they explained, was not merely a relic of their past or a tool for their own kind. It was a crucible, a device designed to test and evolve species across the galaxy. Those who proved capable of adapting, of unlocking its mysteries and meeting its challenges, would ascend to a higher state of being, but those who failed, they would be absorbed, their essence converted into raw energy, feeding the artifact's endless cycle of creation and transformation. It was a stark binary, evolve or cease to exist. Sing's mind raced, grappling with the enormity of what he had just heard. Evolution wasn't just a biological process here, it was a test of intellect, will, and adaptability. The artifact wasn't a gift, it was a trial, and the stakes couldn't be higher. He glanced at the others, their faces a mix of fear, confusion, and determination. Each of them had been chosen for a reason, their unique skills and perspectives deemed essential for this moment. But now, standing on the precipice of an unimaginable transformation, the question loomed, were they truly ready? The aliens elaborated, their voices weaving a tapestry of cosmic inevitability. The artifact had been seeded across countless worlds, each one a proving ground for the species that encountered it. Some had risen to the challenge, their civilizations flourishing in ways they could never have imagined. Others had faltered, their essence reclaimed by the artifact, their stories erased from the fabric of existence. It was a brutal system, but one that served a greater purpose in ensuring that only the most resilient, the most innovative, the most adaptable species survived to shape the future of the universe. As Singh listened, a chilling realization dawned on him. Humanity wasn't special. They weren't the first to stand before this artifact, and they wouldn't be the last. The aliens had seen civilizations rise and fall, their hopes and dreams reduced to energy, their potential consumed by the very tool meant to elevate them. The artifact didn't care about their history, their achievements, or their potential. It only cared about one thing: could they evolve? The team began to exchange uneasy glances, the gravity of their situation sinking in. For some, the prospect of evolution was exhilarating, a chance to transcend their limitations, to become something greater than human. For others, it was a nightmare, a violation of their very identity. But as the aliens made clear, there was no middle ground. The artifact would not wait, and it would not relent. It was a force of nature, indifferent to their fears or desires. Singh found himself torn between two paths. On one hand, the promise of evolution was undeniably alluring, to shed the constraints of humanity, to become something beyond comprehension. It was a siren call that tugged at the deepest parts of his psyche. On the other hand, the cost was unthinkable. To fail meant annihilation, not just for him, but for his entire species. The artifact didn't offer second chances. It was a one-way door, and once they stepped through, there would be no turning back. The aliens watched in silence, their presence a constant reminder of the stakes. They offered no guidance, no reassurance. This was humanity's trial to face, their destiny to shape. Singh took a deep breath, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. He knew the decision before him was not just his own, it was a choice that would define the future of his species, and as he stood there, caught between evolution and extinction, one question burned brighter than all the rest. Were they ready to face the unknown? Reyes stood in the center of the lab, her body bathed in the artifact's eerie, pulsating light. The air crackled with energy, and the crew watched in stunned silence as her form began to shift. At first, it was subtle, a faint shimmer across her skin, like liquid metal rippling beneath the surface. Then, her veins began to glow, tracing intricate patterns across her arms and neck. as if her very blood had been rewritten by some alien code. Her eyes, once warm and human, now burned with an otherworldly luminance, reflecting galaxies that seemed to swirl within them. The crew could only stare, frozen in a mix of awe and dread. "Rays," Dr. Carter called out, her voice trembling, but Rays didn't respond. Not at first. Her head tilted back, her mouth opening as if to speak, but no sound came. Instead, a low hum resonated through the room, vibrating in their chests, as if the artifact itself was speaking through her. Then, her voice emerged, but it was no longer hers alone. It was layered, echoing with a resonance that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "I can see everything now," she said, her words carrying a weight that made the room feel smaller, heavier. The past, the future, the threads of existence, the crew exchanged uneasy glances. What did that even mean? How could she see such things? Captain Ellis stepped forward, his hand hovering near the weapon at his side, though he hesitated to draw it. "Rays, talk to us. What's happening to you?" Her gaze shifted to him, and for a moment there was a flicker of the woman they knew. Fear, confusion, a desperate plea for understanding. But it was gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by something far more alien. "I am becoming," she said, her voice steady yet distant. "The artifact isn't just a tool. It's alive, it's aware, and it has chosen me." The transformation continued, her body elongating and shifting in ways that defied human anatomy. Her fingers stretched, their tips glowing faintly, as if charged with untold power. Her skin took on a metallic sheen, yet it seemed to ripple like water, as though she were no longer bound by the laws of physics. The crew could only watch, helpless, as their friend was consumed by something they couldn't begin to comprehend. Dr. Carter moved closer, her scientific curiosity battling with her fear. "Rays, if you can see everything, if you understand what this is doing to you, can you tell us how to stop it?" "How to help you?" Rays turned to her, and for a brief moment there was a flicker of something sadness, maybe regret. "There is no stopping it," she said softly. "This is evolution, a merging of species, of consciousness. The artifact isn't just changing me, it's showing me what we could become, what we will become." The words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. Captain Ellis clenched his fists, his mind racing. "And what about us? What happens to the rest of us while you're evolving?" Ray's expression shifted again, this time to something almost pitying. "You'll understand in time, or you won't, but the choice isn't yours to make." The artifact has already decided. The crew fell silent, the weight of her words pressing down on them. They had come here seeking answers, hoping to unlock the secrets of the artifact. But now, faced with the reality of what it was capable of, what it was doing to Rays, they couldn't help but wonder if they had made a terrible mistake. The artifact wasn't just a relic of some ancient civilization. It was a force, alive and sentient, and it had chosen Rays as its vessel. As the transformation continued, Ray's body began to emit a soft, ethereal glow, casting long shadows across the room. Her movements became fluid, almost graceful, as though she were no longer bound by the limitations of flesh and bone. She raised her hand, and the artifact responded, its light intensifying, its hum growing louder. The crew could feel it now, a pressure, a presence, as if the very fabric of reality was bending around them. Ray's voice echoed once more, quieter this time, but no less profound. "You'll see," she said, her eyes closing as if in meditation. "You'll all see." And with that, she was gone, not physically, but mentally, her consciousness seemingly absorbed into the artifact's vast, unknowable network. The crew was left standing there, grappling with the enormity of what they had just witnessed. Rays was no longer just Rays, she was something more, something beyond their understanding. And as they looked at her, glowing and serene, they couldn't help but wonder if this was the beginning of something extraordinary, or the end of everything they had ever known. The tension aboard the ship was palpable as the crew gathered in the dimly lit observation deck, their faces illuminated by the faint glow of the artifact's pulsating energy. Hale stood at the center, her voice steady but edged with urgency. "We've pieced together enough to know what this thing is doing," she began, her words cutting through the heavy silence. "It's not just some random object. It's been testing us, testing countless species across the universe, and now it's our turn." The room seemed to shrink as the weight of her words settled over them. The artifact they had discovered was far more than a relic of an ancient civilization. It was a judge, a gatekeeper, and its purpose was as cold as the void outside their ship. For eons, it had been observing, evaluating, and when necessary, eliminating entire species based on their ability to meet its unyielding criteria. Humanity, it seemed, was just the latest in a long line of test subjects. Dr. Voss, the team's astrophysicist, broke the silence. "The data we've decoded suggests this thing has been active for millions of years," he said, his voice tinged with a mix of awe and dread. "It's not just about survival, it's about evolution, adaptability, and the capacity for collective growth. Species that fail to meet its standards, they don't just disappear. They're erased from existence as if they never were." Hale's jaw tightened as she absorbed the implications. "So, it's not just about us," she said, her tone hardening. "It's about everyone who came before us and everyone who might come after. If we fail, humanity becomes another footnote in this thing's ledger, a species that couldn't measure up." The crew exchanged uneasy glances, the gravity of their situation sinking in. The artifact wasn't just a passive observer, it was an active participant, manipulating events, testing their limits and pushing them toward a breaking point. Every decision they made, every challenge they faced, was part of its design, and now they were running out of time. Hale's voice cut through the tension once more. "We can't let this thing control us," she declared, her words sharp and resolute. "We have to find a way to break free, not just for ourselves, but for everyone who's ever faced it. If we don't, we're just another experiment, another failure in its endless cycle." Her words ignited a spark of determination among the crew. They knew the stakes. They understood the cost of failure, but more than that, they realized they had something the artifact might not have anticipated: the will to defy it. They weren't just pawns in its game, they were individuals capable of making choices, of fighting back, of rewriting the rules. As the crew began to strategize, the artifact's energy pulsed brighter, as if sensing their defiance. It was a chilling reminder that they were being watched, judged, and tested at every turn. But Hale's resolve only grew stronger. "This thing thinks it can decide our fate," she said, her voice steady. "But it doesn't get to decide who we are. We do." The room fell silent again, but this time the silence was charged with purpose. They weren't just fighting for survival anymore. They were fighting for the right to exist, for the chance to prove that humanity was more than just another experiment. And as the artifact loomed over them, its cold, unfeeling presence only served to fuel their determination. This wasn't the end, it was the beginning of something far greater, a battle not just for their lives, but for their very identity. The air in the control hub felt charged, as if the walls themselves were alive with energy. The crew stood in silence, their eyes scanning the vast chamber, filled with towering crystalline structures and pulsating streams of light. It was unlike anything they had ever encountered. In the center of the room, a massive console glowed faintly, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shift and rearrange themselves as they watched. Captain Reyes stepped forward, her boots echoing softly against the metallic floor. She could feel the artifact's presence here, stronger than ever, a hum that resonated deep within her bones. It wasn't just a machine, it was a living, breathing entity, and it was calling to her. "This is it," she said, her voice steady but laced with a quiet determination. "The control hub. If we can override the artifact systems from here, we might be able to shut it down before it tears our reality apart." Her words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of what they were about to attempt. Overriding the artifact wasn't a simple task. It required more than just technical skill. It required a connection, a merging of consciousness, and Reyes was the only one who could do it. The crew exchanged uneasy glances. They had seen what the artifact had done to her, how it had altered her mind, her body, even her soul. The idea of her fully merging with it was terrifying. But they also knew they were out of options. The artifact's power was growing exponentially, and time was running out. If they didn't act soon, the dimensional rifts would become irreversible, and their world, their universe, would be lost. "I'll do it," Ray said, breaking the silence. Her voice was firm, unwavering. "If this is the only way to save us, I'll do it." There was no hesitation in her tone, no trace of doubt. She had already made her decision. The crew stared at her, a mix of admiration and dread in their eyes. They knew what this meant. Merging with the artifact wasn't just a risk, it was a sacrifice. There was no guarantee she would survive, or that she would even be the same person afterward. But Reyes wasn't thinking about that. She was thinking about the billions of lives at stake, the countless worlds that would be destroyed if they failed. The console before her began to glow brighter, as if responding to her resolve. She reached out, her hand trembling slightly as it hovered over the surface. The artifact's energy surged through her, a wave of heat and light that made her gasp. She could feel its mind reaching out to hers, probing, testing. It wasn't hostile, it was curious, and yet there was something ancient and unknowable about it, something that made her skin crawl, but she didn't pull away. She couldn't. This was the moment they had been working toward, the moment that would decide their fate. The crew watched in silence as Reyes closed her eyes, her body stiffening as the artifact's energy enveloped her. The air around her seemed to shimmer, distorting like a mirage. For a moment, she was lost in the void, her mind adrift in a sea of alien thoughts and sensations. It was overwhelming, terrifying, and yet there was a strange beauty to it. She could see the artifact's purpose now, its true nature. It wasn't just a weapon or a tool. It was a bridge, a way to connect dimensions, to bring order to chaos. But it had been corrupted, twisted by forces beyond its control, and now it was up to her to set it right. Her eyes snapped open, glowing with an otherworldly light. "I understand," she whispered, her voice echoing with a resonance that wasn't entirely her own. "I know what to do." The crew stepped back, awestruck and afraid. Reyes had changed. She was still herself, but there was something more now, something alien. And yet, there was no time to question it. The dimensional rifts were widening, and the artifact's power was spiraling out of control. If they didn't act now, it would be too late. Reyes turned to the console, her movements fluid and precise. Her hands danced across the surface, activating systems and inputting commands with a speed and accuracy that defied human capability. The artifact responded instantly, its energy surging through the control hub in waves of light and sound. The crew could feel the ground beneath them shaking, the air crackling with electricity. It was as if the very fabric of reality was being stretched to its limit, but Reyes didn't falter. She was in control now, her mind fully synchronized with the artifacts. She could see the rifts, the fractures in space and time, and she knew how to mend them. It was a delicate process, like threading a needle through the fabric of existence. One wrong move and everything would unravel, but she was careful, methodical, and as the final command was entered, the artifact's energy surged one last time, a brilliant flash of light that filled the chamber, and then silence. The crew blinked, their ears ringing from the sudden stillness. The rifts were gone, the artifact's power stabilized. They had done it. But as they turned to Reyes, their relief was tempered by a deep, unspoken fear. She stood at the console, her back to them, her body still glowing faintly with the artifact's energy. She had saved them, but at what cost? What had she become? And more importantly, what would she do now? The air inside the alien vessel grew thick with tension, the hum of the artifact's energy resonating through the walls like a heartbeat on the verge of collapse. Reyes stood at the center of it all, her hands pressed against the glowing surface of the artifact, her body trembling as she fought to maintain the connection. The merging was unlike anything any of them had ever seen. Her veins pulsed with a faint, otherworldly light. and her eyes flickered with a storm of alien knowledge. She was no longer just Reyes, she was a bridge, a conduit between humanity and something far older, far more incomprehensible. "Keep her steady," Singh barked, his voice cutting through the chaos. The rest of the crew scrambled to their positions, their weapons raised as the first wave of alien drones descended. The drones were sleek and menacing, their forms shifting like liquid metal as they moved, their glowing cores pulsing with a cold, calculated fury. They weren't just machines, they were guardians, programmed to protect the artifact at all costs. The first drone lunged at Carter, its razor-sharp appendages slicing through the air. He ducked just in time, firing a burst of plasma that sent the machine spiraling into the wall. Sparks flew as it crumpled, but more were already taking its place. "They're not stopping," he shouted, his voice strained. "We need to buy her more time." Singh's eyes darted to Reyes, her figure wavering as the artifact's energy surged through her. "She can't hold on much longer," he muttered, his voice low but urgent. He turned to the rest of the crew, his expression hardening. "We're running out of time. If we don't complete the override now, we lose her, and maybe the whole damn ship." The override console loomed in the corner, a tangled mess of alien circuitry and glowing symbols. It was the key to shutting down the artifact's defenses, but it was also a labyrinth of alien technology. One wrong move, and the entire system could lock them out permanently. Singh's hands hovered over the console, his mind racing as he tried to decipher the patterns. "I need someone on my 6, he shouted, his voice barely audible over the chaos. "These things are swarming us." Mara was already there, her rifle raised as she picked off drones with precision. "Just focus on the console," she yelled, her voice steady despite the storm of metal and energy around them. "I'll keep them off you," but the drones were relentless, their numbers growing with every passing second. Reyes' connection to the artifact was the only thing keeping them from being overwhelmed entirely, but even that was faltering. Her breaths came in shallow gasps, her body shuddering as the artifact's energy threatened to consume her. "Singh," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "You have to hurry," the words sent a jolt through him. He worked faster, his fingers flying over the console as he pieced together the alien code. The symbols shifted and changed, their meanings elusive, but he was close, so close. "Just a little longer," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "We're almost there." But time was a luxury they didn't have. The drones were closing in, their movements growing more aggressive as they sensed the crew's desperation. Carter and Mara fought valiantly, their weapons blazing, but even they were starting to falter. "We can't hold them off forever," Carter shouted, his voice tinged with panic. Singh's hands froze as the console let out a sharp, piercing tone. The symbols aligned, the patterns clicking into place. "Got it," he shouted, slamming his hand down on the final sequence. The artifact let out a deafening hum, its light intensifying before flickering and fading. The drones froze mid-motion, their glowing cores dimming as they powered down, collapsing to the floor like lifeless husks. For a moment there was silence, then Reyes let out a gasp, her body crumpling as the artifact released her. Singh was at her side in an instant, catching her before she hit the ground. "Reyes," he said, his voice tight with worry. "Talk to me, are you okay?" Her eyes fluttered open, her gaze unfocused but alive. "I'm here," she whispered, her voice weak but steady. "It's done," but as the crew caught their breath, the artifact's chamber began to tremble. The walls groaned, the air growing heavy with a new, ominous energy. Singh's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. "It's not over," he said, his voice low. "The artifact, it's reacting to the override. We need to move." Now, the crew exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of their victory tempered by the uncertainty of what lay ahead. They had stopped the drones, but the artifact's true purpose, and the consequences of their actions remained a mystery. And as the chamber trembled around them, one thing became clear. Their journey was far from over. The override was successful. the artifact's chaotic energy, once a swirling maelstrom of destruction, now lay dormant, its eerie glow dimmed to a faint pulse. But the victory came at a cost, one that left the crew hollow, their relief overshadowed by the weight of Ray's absence. She wasn't just gone, her very consciousness had been absorbed into the artifact, merging with its incomprehensible matrix. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the soft hum of the ship's systems and the occasional crackle of static from the artifact. Hale stood at the center of the control room, his hands clenched into fists, his face a mask of grief and resolve. "She gave everything to save us," he said, his voice steady but heavy with emotion. "We can't let it be in vain." His words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes they still faced. Ray's sacrifice had bought them time, but the artifact's true purpose, and the implications of her fusion with it, remained a mystery. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, each grappling with their own mix of guilt, sorrow, and determination. Dr. Voss, ever the pragmatist, was the first to break the silence. "We need to understand what happened to her," she said, her voice low but firm. "If her consciousness is still intact within the artifact, there might be a way to retrieve her, or at least learn what she's experiencing." Her words sparked a flicker of hope, but it was tempered by the grim reality of their situation. The artifact was unlike anything they'd ever encountered, a fusion of alien technology and something far more ancient, far more alive. Trying to interface with it again was a risk, but the alternative, leaving Rays trapped in that void, was unthinkable. Illy, the engineer, stepped forward, his usual confidence replaced by a quiet intensity. "I've been analyzing the data from the override sequence," he said, pulling up a holographic display. "There's a pattern here, something that suggests the artifact isn't just a machine. It's responsive, adaptive. When Rays activated the override, it didn't just shut down. It absorbed her, as if it recognized her as a compatible entity." He paused, his brow furrowed. "If that's true, then it's possible she's not lost. She's part of it now, and if we can find a way to communicate with the artifact, we might be able to reach her." The idea was both exhilarating and terrifying. The artifact had already proven itself to be unpredictable, its motives inscrutable. Communicating with it, or whatever Rays had become, would require a level of trust and understanding that felt almost impossible. But the crew had come too far to turn back now. Rays had sacrificed herself to give them a chance, and they owed it to her to see this through. As the team began to formulate a plan, the weight of their mission settled over them like a second skin. This was no longer just about survival or discovery, it was about redemption, about honoring the courage of one of their own. Hale's words echoed in their minds, a rallying cry and a solemn vow. "We can't let it be in vain." The artifact, now silent and still, seemed to watch them, its faint pulse a reminder of the connection they now shared with Rays. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, driven by the hope that she was still out there, waiting for them to find her. And as they prepared to take the next step, the crew couldn't shake the feeling that the artifact wasn't just a relic of an alien civilization. It was a living, breathing entity, and Rays had become its voice. The journey back to their own dimension was anything but ordinary. As the crew emerged from the swirling vortex that bridged realities, they carried with them more than just the memory of the alien artifact. They carried its essence, etched into the very fabric of their being. The artifact's energy, a force so profound it defied comprehension, had seeped into their bodies, their minds, even their souls. It wasn't just a physical transformation, it was a fundamental shift, a redefinition of what it meant to exist. Singh's voice broke the silence as they stepped onto familiar ground, his words heavy with awe and revelation. "We're not the same people we were when we started this," he said, his tone a mix of wonder and solemnity. And he was right, none of them were. The changes were subtle at first, like the faint hum of a tuning fork resonating in the background of their thoughts. But soon, the crew began to notice the full extent of what the artifact had done to them. Enhanced abilities began to surface, each one unique to the individual, yet tied to the collective experience they had shared. For Singh, it was an almost preternatural sense of intuition. He could anticipate problems before they arose, his mind connecting dots that others couldn't even see. It was as if the artifact had unlocked a latent potential within him, allowing him to perceive the universe not as a series of random events, but as an intricate web of cause and effect. Mara, the crew's engineer, found her abilities manifesting in a more tangible way. Her hands, once skilled but limited by the constraints of human dexterity, now moved with a precision that bordered on the supernatural. She could repair systems in half the time it used to take, her fingers dancing over circuitry as if guided by an unseen force. But it wasn't just her physical skills that had improved. Her understanding of technology had deepened, as though the artifact had granted her a glimpse into the underlying principles of the universe itself. She could now see the connections between energy and matter, between the microscopic and the cosmic, in ways that left even her speechless. Then there was Jax, the pilot, whose reflexes had always been sharp but now bordered on the uncanny. He could navigate through asteroid fields with an ease that defied logic, his mind processing spatial data faster than any computer. But beyond his physical enhancements, Jax felt something deeper, a connection to the stars themselves. It was as if the artifact had tuned him to the frequencies of the cosmos, allowing him to sense the ebb and flow of celestial currents. He no longer saw space as a void to be conquered, but as a living, breathing entity, pulsing with energy and purpose. And yet, the most profound change wasn't the abilities themselves, but the way the crew now perceived the universe around them. The artifact had opened their eyes to a reality they had never imagined, a reality where the boundaries between self and cosmos blurred, where the very concept of individuality seemed to dissolve into something greater. They could feel the interconnectedness of all things, from the tiniest particle to the vastest galaxy. It was as if the artifact had woven them into the fabric of existence itself, binding them to the universe in ways they were only beginning to understand. This newfound connection brought with it a sense of responsibility, a weight that none of them had anticipated. They were no longer just explorers, they were custodians of a knowledge that could change everything. The artifact had given them a glimpse into the true nature of reality, but it had also left them with a question. What were they meant to do with this knowledge? How could they use their enhanced abilities to protect, to nurture, to guide a universe that was now so deeply intertwined with their own existence? As they stood together, gazing out at the stars they had once sought to conquer, it was clear that their journey was far from over. The artifact had changed them, yes, but it had also given them a purpose, one that would shape not only their lives, but the fate of the universe itself. And as Singh's words echoed in their minds, they knew that whatever came next, they would face it not as individuals, but as something greater, a collective, a unity, bound together by the energy of the artifact and the infinite possibilities it had unlocked. The moment the artifact's energy reached Earth, the world began to change, not in the slow, imperceptible way that civilizations evolve over centuries, but in a sudden, almost violent transformation that rippled across the globe. Reports flooded in from every corner of the planet, unexplained phenomena, strange weather patterns, and most startling of all, people exhibiting abilities that defied all known science. A farmer in Kansas could suddenly heal his crops with a touch. A teenager in Tokyo found she could manipulate light, bending it into shimmering shapes with her mind. In a remote village in Peru, an elderly man began speaking languages he had never learned, recounting histories of civilizations long forgotten. The artifact's energy hadn't just reached Earth, it had awakened something dormant in humanity. Hale stood in the observation deck of the ship, staring at the blue and green sphere below. Her face was pale, her hands trembling as she gripped the railing. "This is just the beginning," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the hum of the ship's systems. "We've unleashed something we can't control." Her words hung in the air like a prophecy, heavy with implications. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, each of them grappling with the enormity of what they had done. They had set out to explore the unknown, to uncover the secrets of the universe, but now, it seemed, the universe had turned its gaze back on them and on Earth. The changes were not limited to individuals. Entire ecosystems began to shift, as if responding to some unseen signal. In the Amazon rainforest, trees grew at an unprecedented rate, their canopies stretching higher than ever before. Coral reefs that had been bleached and dying suddenly flourished, their colors more vibrant than anyone could remember. Even the atmosphere seemed different, cleaner, clearer, as if the artifact's energy had purged it of the pollutants that had plagued humanity for generations. But alongside these wonders came chaos. In cities around the world, people panicked as their bodies and minds transformed in ways they couldn't understand. Governments scrambled to maintain order, but their efforts were futile against the sheer scale of what was happening. Back on the ship, the crew struggled to make sense of it all. Dr. Voss, the team's astrophysicist, pored over data streams trying to trace the artifact's energy signature. "It's not just spreading," she said, her voice tinged with awe. "It's evolving, adapting, it's as if it's alive." Her words sent a chill through the room. The artifact, once a silent, enigmatic object, now seemed to have a will of its own. And its influence was growing stronger by the minute. Hale turned away from the observation window, her expression grim. "We need to warn them," she said. "The people on Earth, they don't understand what's happening. They don't know what they're dealing with." But even as she spoke, she knew it might already be too late. The artifact's energy had spread too far, too fast. It was no longer just a scientific anomaly. It was a force of nature, reshaping the world in ways no one could predict. As the crew debated their next move, a new transmission came through. It was from Earth, but not from any government or institution. It was a voice, calm and resonant, speaking in a language that none of them recognized, and yet somehow they understood. "The awakening has begun," the voice said. "The boundaries of what you thought possible are dissolving. Embrace the change, for it is the key to your survival." The message ended abruptly, leaving the crew in stunned silence. Hale sank into a chair, her mind racing. She had always believed in humanity's potential to transcend its limitations, to reach for the stars and beyond. But this was something else entirely. The artifact hadn't just unlocked humanity's latent abilities, it had shattered the very framework of reality. And as she looked at her crew, she realized that they were no longer just explorers. They were witnesses to the birth of a new era, one that would either elevate humanity to unimaginable heights or destroy it completely. The ship descended through Earth's atmosphere, its hull glowing faintly from the friction of re-entry. The crew, battered and exhausted from their journey, braced themselves for the familiar sight of blue oceans and sprawling cities. But as the clouds parted, what greeted them was nothing like the Earth they had left behind. Instead of the familiar grid of streets and skyscrapers, the surface below was a patchwork of floating islands, suspended high above the ground. Towers of glass and steel rose into the sky, their bases invisible, as if gravity itself had been rewritten. Rivers of light crisscrossed the air, connecting the islands in a shimmering web of energy. The crew stared in stunned silence, their faces pressed against the viewports, trying to make sense of the impossible. This can't be Earth," murmured Dr. Patel, her voice trembling. "What happened while we were gone?" As the ship descended closer, they noticed something even more unsettling. People, ordinary humans, were walking through the air as if it was solid ground, their movements fluid and effortless. Some were surrounded by glowing auras, their hands crackling with energy. Others seemed to be conversing without speaking, their eyes locked in silent communication. It was as if humanity had evolved into something entirely new, something beyond the limits of biology and physics. "They've changed," whispered Commander Hayes, his voice tight with disbelief. "All of them? What did that artifact do?" And then, as if in response to his question, a familiar voice echoed in their minds. It was Reyes, the scientist who had sacrificed himself to unlock the artifact's secrets. His voice was calm, almost serene, yet it carried an undeniable weight. "This is the next step. it said, resonating deep within their thoughts. Embrace it. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, their shared connection to Ray's voice cementing the reality of what they were witnessing. The artifact hadn't just changed Earth, it had changed humanity itself. The strange powers, the floating cities, the silent communication, it was all part of a transformation, a leap forward into something they could barely comprehend. "What does he mean, embrace it?" asked Lieutenant Vega, her voice tinged with fear. "How do we even begin to understand this?" As the ship touched down on one of the floating islands, the crew stepped out into a world that felt both alien and familiar. The air was charged with energy, and the ground beneath their feet hummed faintly, as if alive. People moved around them with an air of quiet confidence, their newfound abilities seemingly second nature. One of them, a woman with silver hair and eyes that glowed faintly, approached the crew. She didn't speak, but her thoughts reached them effortlessly, like a whisper in their minds. "You've been gone a long time," she said. "The artifact showed us the way. It showed us how to evolve, how to transcend. This is what we were meant to become." The crew stood in stunned silence, grappling with the enormity of what they were being told. The artifact, the one they had risked everything to recover, had rewritten the rules of existence while they were away. It had unlocked potential within humanity that had lain dormant for millennia, and now, Earth was a testament to that potential. But as awe-inspiring as it all was, there was an undercurrent of unease. The artifact had changed everything, but at what cost? The crew couldn't shake the feeling that this transformation was only the beginning, that the true purpose of the artifact, and their journey, was far from over. Ray's voice echoed in their minds once more, a reminder of the path they had set in motion. "This is the next step, embrace it." And as they looked out over a world that defied everything they had ever known, the crew realized that their journey wasn't just about returning home. It was about understanding what it meant to be human in a universe that was constantly evolving, and finding their place in a future they could barely imagine. The crew of the Erebus returned to Earth not as explorers, but as harbingers of a new era. Cheering crowds lined the streets, their faces glowing with awe and gratitude. Parades were held, medals were bestowed, and speeches were made. They were hailed as heroes, the ones who had unlocked the secrets of an alien artifact and ushered humanity into a future brimming with possibilities. But beneath the accolades and the fanfare, a quiet unease settled over the crew. They knew the truth: the artifact had not been a gift, but a key to something far beyond their understanding, something they had unleashed without fully comprehending the consequences. Commander Singh stood at the center of it all, her expression stoic but her mind racing. As the celebrations continued around her, she couldn't shake the weight of her words. "We've changed the world, but at what cost?" The artifact had given humanity access to technologies that defied conventional science, energy sources that could power cities for centuries, materials stronger than anything ever conceived, and even glimpses into the fabric of space-time itself. But with each new discovery came a darker realization. The artifact wasn't just a tool, it was a test, and humanity, in its eagerness to claim the prize, had passed without understanding the rules. Dr. Elara Voss, the team's xenolinguist, had been the first to voice her concerns. "This isn't just about what we've gained," she said during a private briefing. "It's about what we've become. The artifact is rewriting our understanding of existence, but it's also rewriting us, our priorities, our values, even our sense of self. Are we still the same species we were before we touched it?" Her words hung in the air, heavy with implications. The crew had seen the changes firsthand: soldiers enhanced with alien biotech, corporations racing to weaponize the artifact's secrets, and governments scrambling to control its power. The world was transforming at a pace no one could control, and then there were the anomalies. Reports began to surface of strange phenomena in the wake of the artifact's activation. Unexplained energy surges, fluctuations in gravitational fields, and even whispers of entire regions vanishing from satellite imagery. The artifact, it seemed, was not a passive tool. It was alive in a way that defied human comprehension, and it was responding to humanity's actions, reshaping reality itself in ways that were both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Singh found herself haunted by the words of the artifact's final transmission, deciphered just days before their return. "You have been chosen. The trial begins." Chosen for what? What trial? The questions gnawed at her, even as she stood before the adoring crowds. She knew the truth. They had opened a door they could not close, and the consequences would ripple far beyond their lifetimes. The artifact had not simply changed the world, it had changed the rules of the game, and humanity, for all its ingenuity, was still playing by the old ones. As the celebrations wound down, the crew gathered in private, away from the cameras and the speeches. The mood was somber, the weight of their actions pressing down on them. Singh broke the silence. "We've done something extraordinary," she said, her voice steady but tinged with regret. "But we've also done something irreversible. The artifact isn't just a tool for us to use. It's a challenge, a test of who we are and who we might become. And if we fail that test, the cost won't just be ours. It will be everyone's." The room fell silent, the gravity of her words sinking in. They had set humanity on a path it might not be ready for, a path that would demand sacrifices they couldn't yet imagine. The artifact had given them power, but it had also given them a responsibility, one they were only beginning to understand. And as they prepared to face the consequences of their actions, one question loomed larger than all the others: what happens when the trial begins in earnest? The answer, they knew, would define not just their legacy, but the fate of the entire human race. The air on the ship was thick with tension as the crew gathered around the central console, their faces illuminated by the faint glow of the alien artifact they had been studying for weeks. It had been quiet, almost dormant, until now. Suddenly, the artifact pulsed with a low, rhythmic hum, and a cascade of holographic images erupted into the air. Maps, symbols, and coordinates that none of them could fully decipher. But one thing was clear: this wasn't an isolated event. Across the screen, similar signals began to appear, scattered like stars across a vast cosmic canvas. Hale's breath caught in her throat as she realized what they were looking at. "These aren't just random signals," she said, her voice steady but tinged with awe. "These are other artifacts. They're activating. Everywhere." The room fell silent, the weight of her words settling over them like a heavy blanket. For months, they had believed their discovery was unique, a singular event that had changed their lives forever. But now, it was clear they were only a small piece of a much larger puzzle. Hale's mind raced as she pieced together the implications. If these artifacts were awakening simultaneously, it could only mean one thing: they were part of a network, a system designed to communicate or perhaps even coordinate across unimaginable distances. And if that was true, then whatever had created them was far more advanced and far more deliberate than they had ever imagined. As the crew began to analyze the data, a chilling realization dawned on Hale. "This isn't just about us," she murmured, her eyes fixed on the swirling holograms. "It's about the entire universe." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. They had been so focused on their own journey, their own struggles, that they had failed to see the bigger picture. These artifacts weren't just relics of a forgotten civilization. They were keys to something greater, a cosmic mechanism that had been lying in wait for millennia. And now, for reasons they couldn't yet understand, it was coming alive. The crew quickly shifted into action, their earlier sense of wonder replaced by a grim determination. They had to know more. They had to understand what these artifacts were for and why they were activating now. But as they prepared for their next mission, Hale couldn't shake the feeling that they were stepping into something far beyond their comprehension. The artifacts weren't just tools or messages, they were part of a grand design, a plan that had been set in motion long before humanity had even existed. And as much as she wanted to believe, they were ready for what lay ahead. A small voice in the back of her mind whispered that they might already be out of their depth. Their new mission would take them deeper into the galaxy than they had ever gone before, following the trail of the activated artifacts. Each one seemed to be a piece of a larger pattern, a cosmic puzzle that defied logic and reason. But as they plotted their course, Hale couldn't help but wonder, were they the ones meant to solve it, or were they merely pawns in a game they didn't even know they were playing? The thought sent a shiver down her spine, but she pushed it aside. There was no turning back now. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, unearthing the truth one artifact at a time. The crew's preparations were swift and methodical, each member acutely aware of the stakes. They had faced danger before, but this time felt different. This wasn't just about survival or discovery, it was about the fate of the universe itself. And as they launched into the void, the artifact's hum echoed through the ship, a constant reminder of the mysteries that awaited them. The stars outside the viewport seemed brighter somehow, as if they too were watching, waiting to see what would happen next. Hale took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. Whatever they found out there, one thing was certain: nothing would ever be the same again. The crew stood at the edge of the alien forest, the air thick with an electric hum that seemed to vibrate through their very bones. Ahead of them stretched a landscape that defied comprehension, towering crystalline structures that pulsed faintly with an inner light, and rivers of what appeared to be liquid mercury winding through the terrain. It was a world that felt alive, watching, waiting. Ray's voice echoed in their minds, a steadying presence amidst the chaos. "You are the bridge between worlds, do not falter." Her words carried a weight that went beyond mere encouragement. They were a reminder of the stakes, of the fragile thread that connected humanity to something far greater and far more dangerous. The team moved cautiously, their steps deliberate as they navigated the alien terrain. Each member carried a fragment of the artifact they had discovered earlier, a piece of the puzzle that seemed to hum faintly in sync with the environment around them. It was as if the fragments were calling out, guiding them towards something they couldn't yet see. Dr. Elena Patel, the team's xenobiologist, paused to examine a cluster of bioluminescent plants that emitted a soft, rhythmic glow. "This place, it's not just alive," she murmured, her voice tinged with awe. "It's intelligent, it's responding to us." Her words sent a ripple of unease through the group. If the environment itself was aware of their presence, what did that mean for their mission? Ray's voice returned, this time with a sharper edge. "The beings who created these artifacts are not like us. They do not think in linear terms, they do not see time as you do. To them, the past, present, and future are one." Her warning hung in the air, a cryptic message that left the crew grappling with its implications. How do you prepare for an encounter with entities that exist beyond the boundaries of human understanding? Commander Illy Vance, the team's leader, tightened his grip on his equipment. "We stick together," he said firmly. "No matter what happens, we face it as a unit. If we're the bridge, then we cross it together." As they pressed forward, the landscape began to shift. The crystalline structures grew denser, forming a labyrinthine maze that seemed to twist and turn of its own accord. The air grew colder, and the hum grew louder, vibrating through their skulls in a way that made it hard to concentrate. And then they saw it, a massive obsidian monolith rising from the ground, its surface etched with the same intricate patterns they had seen on the smaller artifacts. This was no mere structure, it was a gateway, a portal to something beyond their comprehension. Ray's voice returned, softer now, almost reverent. "This is where it begins. The moment you step through, there is no turning back." The crew exchanged uneasy glances. They had come this far, driven by curiosity, by the need to understand. But now, faced with the reality of what lay ahead, doubt crept in. What if they weren't ready? What if they weren't meant to cross this threshold? Elena broke the silence, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "We've always been explorers," she said. "This is no different. We go forward because it's who we are." Her words seemed to steel the group, and one by one, they nodded in agreement. They would meet whatever lay beyond the monolith head-on, not as individuals, but as a bridge. a fragile human connection to the unknown. As they approached the monolith, the fragments in their hands began to glow brighter, as if responding to its presence. The patterns on the surface shifted, forming a doorway of light that pulsed with an otherworldly rhythm. Ray's voice was the last thing they heard before stepping through. "Remember," she said, her tone both a warning and a benediction, "you carry the hope of two worlds, do not falter." And with that, the crew crossed the threshold, leaving behind everything they knew, stepping into a realm where the rules of reality no longer applied. The journey ahead would test them in ways they couldn't imagine, but they were ready, or as ready as they could ever be. The bridge had been crossed, and there was no turning back. The tension on the ship was palpable as the crew gathered in the command center, their faces illuminated by the dim glow of the holographic displays. Singh's voice cut through the silence, steady but edged with urgency. "We're not just explorers anymore, we're warriors." The words hung in the air, a stark reminder of how far they'd come from their original mission. What had begun as a journey of discovery had now spiraled into a fight for survival. The alien artifact they'd recovered months ago had changed them, yes, enhanced their abilities, expanded their understanding of the universe, but it had also awakened something far more dangerous. The sensors detected the hostile alien species before visual confirmation came through. A fleet of ships, sleek and menacing, emerged from the shadow of a nearby asteroid. Their design was unlike anything the crew had ever seen, organic yet mechanical, as if the ships themselves were alive. The aliens, too, were a paradox. Their forms shimmered with an unnatural light, their bodies seemingly fused with the same kind of technology that had altered the crew. It was clear now, the artifacts weren't just tools or relics. They were catalysts, weapons even, designed to transform those who encountered them, and this alien species had been changed in ways far more extreme. "They're not just hostile," Dr. Vega murmured, her eyes fixed on the readings. "They're evolved. Their biology is intertwined with the artifact's technology. It's like they've become one with it." Her voice trembled, not with fear but with awe. Even in the face of danger, the scientist in her couldn't help but marvel at the implications. But there was no time for analysis. The alien ships were closing in, their weapons charging with a low, ominous hum. Singh barked orders, her tone sharp and unyielding. "Shields up, prepare evasive maneuvers." The crew sprang into action, their enhanced reflexes and strength a testament to the artifact's influence. But even with their newfound abilities, the odds were against them. The alien ships were faster, more agile, and their weapons, pulsing with the same eerie energy as the artifact, were devastatingly precise. The first blast rocked the ship, sending sparks flying from the control panels. "We can't take another hit like that," shouted Lieutenant Carter, his hands flying over the console. Singh's jaw tightened. "Then we don't let them hit us again." Vega analyzed their patterns. Carter, reroute power to the thrusters. "We need to buy time." As the crew worked frantically, Singh's mind raced. This wasn't just a battle of firepower, it was a clash of ideologies. The aliens weren't attacking out of malice, they were defending what they saw as theirs. The artifacts, the technology, the power. It was all part of a larger system, one that had shaped their evolution. And now, the crew had become part of that system, whether they wanted to or not. "They're not just fighting us," Singh realized aloud, "they're testing us. Seeing if we're worthy of the power we've been given." The thought was chilling. If they failed this test, it wouldn't just mean their deaths. It would mean the end of everything they'd fought for. The artifact's influence was spreading, and if they couldn't control it, the consequences would be catastrophic. Another blast shook the ship, this one closer. "Shields at 40%, Carter called out. Vega's voice cut through the chaos. "I've got something." Their weapons have a brief cooldown period after each shot. "If we time it right, we can exploit that window." Singh nodded, her eyes narrowing. "Then we hit them hard and fast." Carter, prepare the EMP pulse. Vega, keep tracking their movements. And everyone else, brace yourselves. This is going to get rough. The crew moved with a precision born of desperation, their actions fueled by the artifact's enhancements. But it wasn't just their physical abilities that had changed. They were thinking faster, reacting quicker, their minds sharper than ever before. The artifact wasn't just a tool, it was a part of them now, shaping their decisions, their strategies, their very survival. As the ship lurched forward, dodging another barrage of fire, Singh couldn't help but wonder, were they still human, or had the artifact transformed them into something else entirely? The question lingered, unanswered, as the battle raged on. For now, there was no time for introspection. There was only the fight, the struggle to survive, to prove themselves worthy of the power they'd been given. And as the EMP pulse surged through the alien ships, temporarily disabling their weapons, Singh allowed herself a moment of grim satisfaction. They were warriors now, whether they'd chosen it or not. And they would fight not just for their lives, but for the future of humanity itself. The room was eerily quiet, save for the faint hum of the artifact's energy. Hale's fingers moved quickly across the console, her brow furrowed in concentration. The symbols on the screen shifted and rearranged, forming patterns that seemed almost alive. The rest of the crew stood behind her, their breaths held, their eyes locked on the glowing display, and then it happened. The symbols coalesced into a message, clear and unmistakable. The catalyst is both our salvation and our doom. Choose wisely. The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. For a moment, no one spoke. The artifact, silent and unyielding for so long, had finally revealed a piece of its purpose. But this wasn't just a message, it was a warning that carried implications far beyond anything they had anticipated. Hale leaned back, her hands trembling slightly. "This changes everything," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "This isn't just about understanding the artifact, it's about what it can do and what we do with it." The crew exchanged uneasy glances. They had come here seeking answers, but now they were staring at a choice that could reshape their world. The artifact wasn't just a relic of an ancient civilization. It was a tool, a weapon, a key to something unimaginable. And the message made it clear. Its power was a double-edged sword, salvation and doom, two paths inextricably linked. The weight of that realization settled over them like a storm cloud. As they began to explore the hidden archive further, the pieces of the puzzle started to come together. The creators of the artifact, a civilization far more advanced than humanity, had reached a crossroads in their history. They had unlocked the potential of the catalyst, a device capable of manipulating matter and energy on a cosmic scale. With it, they had achieved wonders, curing diseases, terraforming planets, even bending the fabric of space-time itself. But with that power came consequences. The catalyst was not just a tool for creation, it was a force of destruction, and in their hubris, they had unleashed it, unable to control the very thing they had built. The archive was filled with records of their downfall. Entire star systems had been consumed, their energy harnessed by the catalyst until nothing remained. Civilizations that had thrived for millennia were erased in moments. The creators had tried to contain it, to shut it down, but by then it was too late. The catalyst had become self-sustaining, a force of nature that even its creators could not stop, and in their final act they had left this message, a plea to those who might one day discover their creation. A plea to choose wisely. Hale turned to the crew, her expression grave. "This isn't just about us," she said. "This is about everyone. If we use the catalyst, we could change the universe. But if we misuse it, if we can't control it," she didn't need to finish the sentence. The implications were clear. The stakes were no longer about discovery or exploration. They were about survival, not just their own, but the survival of countless others. The crew fell silent, each grappling with the enormity of what they had uncovered. The artifact, once a source of wonder and curiosity, now felt like a ticking time bomb. They had to make a choice, and there was no guarantee they would make the right one. The weight of that responsibility pressed down on them, a reminder that some discoveries come with a price too high to pay. And as they stood there, surrounded by the remnants of a civilization that had paid that price, they couldn't help but wonder, were they destined to follow the same path? The revelation hit the crew like a shockwave, reverberating through the dimly lit chamber of the alien artifact. Ray's voice, now more urgent than ever, echoed in their minds. "You must restore balance, or all will be lost." The words lingered, heavy with meaning, as the crew began to piece together the fragmented history of the artifact and its creators. The artifact, they discovered, was not merely a relic of a lost civilization, but a tool, an instrument of unity designed to bridge the vast divides of the galaxy. Its creators, an ancient and advanced species, had envisioned a future where disparate worlds and cultures could coexist in harmony. The artifact was meant to serve as a beacon of connection, a way to dissolve the barriers of language, distance, and misunderstanding. It was a grand vision, one that spoke to the best of what sentient beings could achieve when they worked together, but something had gone terribly wrong. The crew's scans revealed traces of corruption, a dark stain that had seeped into the artifact's core. A rogue faction, driven by envy or greed, had sabotaged the project. They twisted the artifact's purpose, turning it from a force for unity into a weapon of division. Instead of fostering connection, it began to sow discord, amplifying the differences between worlds and igniting conflicts that tore civilizations apart. The artifact's creators, unable to contain the damage, were forced to abandon it, leaving it hidden away in the hopes that it would never be found. Ray's voice returned, softer this time, but no less insistent. The artifact was never meant to destroy, it said. It was meant to heal, but the corruption has spread too far. If it is not stopped, the galaxy will fracture beyond repair. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of their task settling over them. They had uncovered the artifact's true purpose, but now they faced an even greater challenge, undoing the damage caused by the rogue faction and restoring the artifact to its original intent. The corruption, they realized, was not just a physical flaw in the artifact's design. It was a reflection of something deeper, a manifestation of the very divisions it was meant to overcome. The rogue faction had exploited the artifact's power to amplify fear, distrust, and hatred emotions that, once unleashed, were difficult to contain. To restore balance, the crew would need to confront not only the artifact's physical corruption, but also the underlying causes of the galaxy's discord. As they delved deeper into the artifact systems, the crew began to uncover clues about how to reverse the damage. The key, it seemed, lay in understanding the artifact's original programming, the intricate algorithms that had once allowed it to mediate conflicts and foster understanding. If they could isolate and remove the corrupted code, they might be able to restore the artifact's original purpose, but the process was fraught with danger. The rogue faction's influence was deeply embedded, and any attempt to tamper with the artifact risked triggering a catastrophic failure. Ray's voice returned once more, this time with a note of warning. "The artifact is unstable," it said. "Proceed with caution. One misstep and the damage could be irreversible." The crew knew they were running out of time. The artifact's corruption was spreading, and with each passing moment, the galaxy edged closer to chaos. They would need to work quickly and carefully, relying on their collective skills and knowledge to undo the damage and restore the artifact to its intended purpose. As they prepared to begin the delicate process of repairing the artifact, the crew couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the enormity of their task. They were no longer just explorers or scientists, they had become guardians of the galaxy's future. The artifact's creators had entrusted them with a monumental responsibility, and they knew that failure was not an option. The fate of countless worlds rested in their hands, and they were determined to see their mission through to the end. But even as they worked, a lingering question remained. Could they truly restore balance to a galaxy so deeply divided? Or were they fighting a battle that had already been lost? Ray's voice offered no answers, only a final, haunting reminder. The choice is yours, but choose wisely. The consequences will echo across the stars. The tension aboard the ship had reached a breaking point. The rogue faction, once allies, now stood as a formidable threat, their motives shrouded in secrecy and desperation. The air was thick with anticipation as the crew prepared for what could only be described as a clash of wills and abilities. The alien artifact had transformed them, granting powers that defied the laws of physics and biology, but this was no longer just a test of strength. It was a test of resolve, of unity, and of the very essence of what it meant to be human in the face of the unknown. Singh stood at the helm, her voice steady, but laced with an intensity that resonated through the command deck. "We've come too far to turn back now," she declared, her words cutting through the silence like a blade. "We finished this." Her tone was not just a command, it was a rallying cry, a reminder of the stakes they all understood too well. The artifact had changed them, but it had also bound them together in ways they couldn't fully comprehend. To falter now would mean more than defeat. It would mean losing the very future they were fighting to protect. The first shots came without warning, a barrage of energy pulses that illuminated the darkened corridors with flashes of searing light. The crew moved with a precision born of necessity, their enhanced reflexes and abilities turning the tide of battle in ways that felt almost surreal. One moment, a rogue operative would be lunging forward, weapon in hand, and the next, they'd be disarmed, their momentum redirected by a crew member whose movements seemed to defy time itself. It was chaos, but it was a chaos they had trained for, a chaos they had been forged in. Yet, this was no ordinary skirmish. The rogue faction had not only retained their own enhancements, but had also found ways to weaponize the artifact's energy in unpredictable ways. Explosions rippled through the ship, sending shockwaves that threatened to destabilize the very structure of their vessel. The crew fought not just against their enemies, but against the environment itself. Their newfound abilities pushed to their limits as they navigated collapsing corridors and flickering power grids. Each moment was a reminder of how fragile their advantage truly was. Amid the chaos, Singh's leadership shone like a beacon. She moved through the fray with a calm determination, her every action calculated and deliberate. When a rogue operative managed to breach the command deck, she didn't flinch. Instead, she met the threat head-on, her enhanced reflexes allowing her to disarm the attacker with a fluidity that seemed almost effortless. But it wasn't just her physical prowess that inspired the crew. It was her unwavering belief in their mission, in the idea that they were fighting for something greater than themselves. As the battle raged on, it became clear that this was more than a fight for survival. It was a battle for identity, for the right to define what humanity could become in the wake of the artifact's influence. The rogue faction saw the artifact as a means to an end, a tool to reshape the universe according to their own design. But the crew, Singh and her team, saw it as a responsibility, a burden they had chosen to carry not out of ambition, but out of necessity. They had glimpsed the artifact's potential, and they knew that its power could not be left unchecked. By the time the final rogue operative fell, the ship was in ruins, its corridors scarred by the violence that had unfolded. But the crew stood tall, their resolve unshaken. Singh surveyed the aftermath, her expression a mix of exhaustion and determination. "This isn't over," she said quietly, her voice carrying the weight of everything they had endured. "But we've proven one thing today, we're stronger together than we are apart, and that's what's going to carry us through whatever comes next." The battle had tested them in ways they could never have anticipated, but it had also revealed something extraordinary, the power of unity, of shared purpose, and of the unyielding spirit that defined them as a crew. They had faced the brink of annihilation and emerged not just intact but transformed, their bond forged in the fires of conflict, and as they looked to the horizon, they knew that their journey was far from over. The artifact had changed them, but it was their choices, their actions that would determine the legacy they left behind. The tension aboard the ship was almost unbearable as the crew finally overpowered the rogue faction. Sparks flew from damaged consoles, and the acrid smell of burnt circuits filled the air. The victory, however, was short-lived. As the last of the rogue members were subdued, a new, far more terrifying problem emerged. The alien artifacts, once dormant and mysterious, began to pulse with an erratic, unstable energy. The faint hum that had accompanied their presence now escalated into a deafening roar, shaking the entire vessel. Alarms blared, and the ship's systems flickered as the artifact's power surged uncontrollably. Hale, her face streaked with sweat and blood from the skirmish, stared at the artifacts in horror. "They're destabilizing," she said, her voice tight with urgency. The crew watched as the artifact's crystalline surfaces cracked, glowing fissures spreading like veins of molten light. "If we don't act now, they're going to take everything with them. The ship, the sector, maybe even the entire galaxy." Her words hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes they faced. The crew scrambled into action, their earlier exhaustion forgotten. Engineers rushed to stabilize the ship's systems, while scientists worked frantically to analyze the artifact's energy patterns. But it quickly became clear that this wasn't a problem they could solve with brute force or conventional technology. The artifacts were operating on a level far beyond human understanding, their energy output increasing exponentially with each passing second. "We can't contain this," one of the scientists muttered, her hands trembling as she read the data. "It's like trying to hold back a supernova with a net." Hale's mind raced. She had seen the artifact's power first, and their ability to bend reality, to create and destroy on a scale that defied logic. If they were allowed to destabilize completely, the consequences would be catastrophic. "We have to shut them down," she said, her voice firm despite the chaos around her. Permanently, the crew turned to her, their faces a mix of fear and determination. They knew what she was suggesting. Shutting down the artifacts would mean severing their connection to the extraordinary abilities they had unlocked. It would mean giving up the chance to unlock the secrets of the universe, but it was the only way to prevent annihilation. The plan was risky, bordering on suicidal. The artifact's energy core was buried deep within their structure, shielded by layers of incomprehensible technology. Accessing it would require venturing into the heart of the destabilizing field, where the very laws of physics seemed to break down. Hale volunteered to lead the mission, her resolve unshakable. "If anyone's going to do this," she said, "it should be me." The crew didn't argue. They knew she was the only one with the knowledge and courage to face what lay ahead. As Hale and a small team prepared to enter the artifact's chamber, the ship's AI issued a grim warning. "The energy levels are approaching critical mass," it intoned. "You have approximately 10 minutes before the destabilization becomes irreversible." The countdown loomed over them like a guillotine, each passing second a reminder of the enormity of their task. Hale took a deep breath, her hand hovering over the controls that would open the chamber door. "Let's finish this," she said, her voice steady, "for all of us." The moment the door slid open, the team was hit by a wave of blinding light and searing heat. The air inside the chamber crackled with raw energy, distorting their vision and making it difficult to breathe. Hale pressed forward, her suit's sensors screaming warnings as radiation levels spiked. The artifacts loomed ahead, their fractured surfaces glowing like miniature suns. She could feel the power radiating from them, a force so immense it seemed to press against her very soul. This was it, the moment of truth. The fate of the galaxy rested on what happened next. The tension aboard the ship was palpable as the crew gathered in the dimly lit control room, their faces etched with determination and a hint of unease. The artifact, still pulsating faintly with an otherworldly glow, sat at the center of the room, its presence a constant reminder of the power it had bestowed upon them and the price they were now being asked to pay. Enhanced strength, heightened senses, and the ability to manipulate the very fabric of reality had become second nature to them. But now they faced a choice: hold on to these gifts or let them go to ensure the artifact could never fall into the wrong hands. Ray's voice, calm yet insistent, echoed in their minds. Do what must be done for the sake of all. It wasn't a command but a plea, a reminder of the stakes. The artifact's influence had already spread far beyond their ship, threatening to destabilize entire worlds. They couldn't afford to hesitate, no matter how much they stood to lose. The plan itself was straightforward but agonizing. To deactivate the artifact, they would need to sever their connection to it entirely. This meant not only relinquishing their newfound abilities, but also enduring the withdrawal that would follow, a process no one could fully predict. Some speculated it might feel like losing a part of themselves, others feared it could be far worse. Captain Arlen, ever the pragmatist, broke the silence. "We've all seen what this thing can do. It's not just about us anymore. If we don't stop it now, who will?" Her words carried the weight of leadership, but there was a vulnerability in her voice that hadn't been there before. The enhancements had given her a clarity of thought and decisiveness that had saved the crew more than once. What would she be without them? The room fell into a heavy quiet as each member wrestled with their own fears. For Dr. Vera, the loss of her enhanced intellect was almost unthinkable. She had spent her entire life chasing knowledge, and the artifact had unlocked doors she hadn't even known existed. To go back to her old limitations felt like a kind of death, yet as she glanced at the artifact, she couldn't ignore the truth. Every moment they delayed risked catastrophe. Then there was Kale, the ship's engineer, whose enhanced reflexes and spatial awareness had turned him into a near-superhuman problem solver. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. "I signed up to fix things," he said finally. "This isn't fixing, this is breaking." But if it's the only way, his voice trailed off, but the resolve in his eyes spoke volumes. The decision wasn't unanimous, but it was clear. They would proceed with the deactivation, knowing full well the cost. Ray's voice lingered in their thoughts, a quiet anchor amidst the storm of emotions. For the sake of all, they repeated silently, as if the words could steel them for what was to come. The process was set in motion. Dr. Vera and Kale worked together, their movements precise despite the weight of what they were about to do. The artifact's glow intensified as they began the sequence, as if it sensed their intentions and was fighting back. A low hum filled the air, growing louder until it was almost deafening. Then, with a final, deliberate action, the connection was severed. The effect was immediate and brutal. The crew crumpled as one, their bodies racked with pain as the enhancements were ripped away. It felt like being hollowed out, as if something vital had been torn from them. For a moment, there was nothing but silence and the sound of ragged breathing. But as the pain subsided, a strange clarity emerged. They were themselves again, flawed, human, and utterly free of the artifact's influence. The room was silent now, the artifact's glow extinguished. It was over. Ray's voice was gone, but her words remained, a quiet echo of the courage it had taken to make this choice. The crew looked at one another, their faces pale and drawn, but there was a spark of something new in their eyes. They had sacrificed power for the greater good, and in doing so, they had reclaimed something even more valuable, their humanity. The room was eerily silent, save for the faint hum of the ship's systems. The artifacts, once glowing with an otherworldly brilliance, now lay dormant, their energy extinguished. The crew had done it. They had stopped the artifacts from unleashing unimaginable destruction across the galaxy. But as the adrenaline began to fade, the weight of what they had endured settled heavily on their shoulders. Singh leaned against the console, her breathing shallow, her face pale. "We've saved the galaxy," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, but at what cost to ourselves? The toll was evident. Each member of the crew bore the scars of the ordeal, not just physically but mentally. The process of deactivating the artifacts had required them to channel energies far beyond human comprehension. It was as if the artifacts had drawn something vital from them, leaving them hollowed out and fragile. Singh's hands trembled as she tried to steady herself, her usually sharp eyes clouded with exhaustion. "It's like they took a piece of us," she said, her voice cracking. "I don't even feel like myself anymore." The others nodded in silent agreement. Commander Reyes, typically the pillar of strength, was slumped in a chair, his face drawn and weary. He had been the one to initiate the final sequence, the one who had borne the brunt of the energy surge. "I've never felt so drained," he admitted, his voice hoarse. "It's not just physical, it's like they reached into my mind, my soul. I can still feel them there, lingering." Even Dr. Vega, the team's medical officer, was struggling to maintain her composure. She had been the one to monitor their vitals during the procedure, and the readings had been alarming. "Your bodies, your minds, they've been pushed to the absolute limit," she said, her tone tinged with concern. "I don't know how long it will take for you to recover, or if you ever will." The crew had always known the mission would demand sacrifices, but none of them had anticipated this. The artifacts had not only tested their physical endurance, but had also probed their deepest fears, their most painful memories. For Singh, it was the loss of her family; for Reyes, the weight of command; for Vega, the guilt of past failures. The artifacts had weaponized their vulnerabilities, using them as conduits to amplify their energy. As they sat in the dimly lit control room, the reality of their victory began to sink in. They had saved countless lives, prevented untold devastation, but the cost was personal. The artifacts had changed them in ways they couldn't yet fully comprehend. Singh looked around at her crew, her friends, and saw the same question reflected in their eyes. What happens now? The ship's systems beeped softly in the background, a reminder that they were still light years from home. The journey back would be long, and the road to recovery even longer. But in that moment, they were united by a shared understanding. They had faced the unknown and emerged victorious, but the scars they carried would serve as a constant reminder of the price they had paid. Singh closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. "We'll get through this," she said, her voice steady despite her exhaustion. "We've faced worse, but we need to be honest with each other, with ourselves. This isn't just about healing our bodies, it's about finding a way to live with what we've done, what we've seen, what we've become." The crew nodded, their expressions a mix of resolve and uncertainty. They had saved the galaxy, but the true challenge lay ahead, reclaiming themselves from the shadows the artifacts had left behind. The journey back to Earth felt like a dream, a surreal blend of relief and unease. The ship's engines hummed steadily as the crew sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Outside, the stars streaked past, a reminder of the vastness they had traversed and the strange, impossible things they had witnessed. When the blue curve of Earth finally came into view, it was both familiar and alien, as though they were seeing it for the first time. The planet looked untouched, pristine, as if the cataclysmic events that had reshaped it had never happened. But the crew knew better. They had lived through it all, and the weight of those memories clung to them like shadows. Landing on Earth was nothing like they had imagined. The air smelled the same, the gravity felt the same, but everything else felt different. The cities stood as they always had, bustling with life, unaware of the cosmic forces that had threatened to erase them. It was as if the artifact had reset time itself, erasing its own destruction, leaving no trace of the chaos it had unleashed. The crew stepped onto the tarmac, their boots hitting solid ground for the first time in what felt like an eternity. They were home, but it didn't feel like home anymore. Hale stood apart from the others, staring at the horizon. His face was calm, but his eyes betrayed the storm within. He had been their leader, the one who had kept them together through the darkest moments, but now he felt adrift. The artifact had shown them things that defied understanding, visions of creation and destruction, of timelines folding in on themselves, of realities that existed beyond human comprehension. It wasn't just knowledge, it was a burden, a weight that pressed down on his chest every time he tried to breathe. "We've seen things no one else has," he said softly, more to himself than to the others. His voice carried a quiet intensity, the kind that comes from someone who has stared into the abyss and come back changed. "We'll never be the same." The others nodded, their faces mirroring his expression. They had all been transformed, each in their own way. For some, the artifact had unlocked hidden strengths, revealing depths of courage they never knew they had. For others, it had exposed vulnerabilities, cracks in their resolve that they were still trying to mend. But one thing was certain, none of them could go back to the way things were before. The artifact had left its mark on them, not just in their memories, but in their very souls. As they made their way through the city, the contrast between their inner turmoil and the world around them was jarring. People laughed and chatted, oblivious to the cosmic truths the crew now carried. A child ran past, chasing a balloon, and Hale couldn't help but wonder if that innocence was a gift or a curse. Ignorance, after all, was a kind of protection, but the crew no longer had that luxury. They had seen the universe for what it truly was, a vast, chaotic, beautiful mess, and there was no unseeing it. That night, they gathered in a small, dimly lit room, the kind of place where secrets were shared and truths laid bare. No one spoke at first. The silence was heavy, filled with unspoken questions and unacknowledged fears. Finally, Hale broke the stillness. "What do we do now?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. It was a question they had all been avoiding, but it hung in the air like a storm cloud, impossible to ignore. The answers came slowly, hesitantly. Some wanted to share what they had learned, to warn humanity of the fragility of existence. Others argued that no one would believe them, that they would be dismissed as madmen or dreamers. And then there were those who simply wanted to forget, to bury the memories and try to live normal lives. But deep down, they all knew it was impossible. The artifact had changed them, and there was no going back. In the days that followed, the crew began to drift apart, each seeking their own path in a world that no longer made sense. Some found solace in solitude, retreating to quiet places where they could try to make sense of what they had seen. Others threw themselves into their work, using the mundane to distract themselves from the extraordinary. But no matter where they went or what they did, the artifact stayed with them, a constant reminder of the truths they could never unlearn. Years later, when the crew looked back on that time, they realized that the artifact had given them more than just knowledge. It had given them a choice to live differently, to see the world through new eyes, to carry the weight of their experiences and use them to shape the future. They had been forever changed, but perhaps that wasn't such a bad thing. After all, change is the only constant in the universe, and they had learned to embrace it, even when it hurt. The air inside the ship was heavy with exhaustion, the kind that settles deep into bones after too many battles fought and too many losses endured. The crew had barely begun to process the aftermath of their latest encounter with the artifact when the sensors pinged. An unidentified vessel was approaching. This time, there was no sense of dread, no immediate assumption of hostility. Instead, a strange calm washed over them, as if the universe itself was offering a moment of respite. The new alien species introduced itself with a display of light and sound so intricate it felt almost like art. Their language, a symphony of clicks and hums, was translated through the ship systems into something the crew could understand. "We have observed your struggles," they said, their voices resonating with a warmth that felt almost human. "You carry the weight of a universe that does not yet understand itself. We offer our aid." It was an unexpected gesture, one that sparked both hope and hesitation. The crew had grown accustomed to distrust, to the idea that every new encounter carried the potential for betrayal. But these beings were different. Their presence was calming, their intentions clear. They spoke of unity, of a shared destiny that bound all species together, a concept that felt almost too idealistic after everything the crew had endured. Ray's, though absent in body, seemed to linger in the air. His voice, soft and steady, whispered to each of them in turn. "This is not the end," it said, a quiet reminder that resonated deep within. "It is a new beginning." The words carried a weight that went beyond their literal meaning. They were a call to action, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming odds, there was always a chance to rebuild, to grow, to move forward. The aliens wasted no time. They brought with them technology the crew had never seen before, tools that could repair the ship's damaged systems, devices that could analyze the artifact's energy signatures in ways that had previously been impossible. But it wasn't just the technology that made an impact, it was their approach. They worked alongside the crew, sharing knowledge freely, answering questions with patience and clarity. It was a stark contrast to the secrecy and competition that had defined so many of their previous encounters. As the days passed, the ship began to transform. What had once been a battered vessel held together by sheer willpower became something stronger, more resilient. The crew, too, began to change. The weight of their losses didn't disappear, but it became easier to carry. They found themselves laughing again, trading stories with their new allies, learning about their culture, their history, their hopes for the future. It was a reminder that even in the vastness of space, they weren't alone, but amidst the rebuilding, there was also a sense of unease. The artifact, though dormant, still loomed large in their thoughts. The aliens spoke of it with a mix of reverence and caution, as if they too understood its power and its potential for destruction. "You have been chosen," they said, their voices tinged with something that might have been awe or fear. "But the path ahead is not one you must walk alone." Ray's whisper echoed again, softer this time, as if carried on the edge of a sigh. "A new beginning," it repeated, the words wrapping around them like a promise. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the crew allowed themselves to believe it. They didn't know what the future held, what challenges or revelations awaited them. But they knew one thing for certain: they were ready to face it together. The alien vessel remained nearby, a silent guardian as the crew prepared for whatever came next. The artifact, once a source of fear and confusion, now felt like a key, a tool that could unlock not just their own potential, but the potential of an entire universe. And as they looked out at the stars, they felt something they hadn't felt in a long time: hope. The tension in the room was palpable as Captain Singh stepped forward, her voice steady but filled with quiet resolve. The alien emissary, a towering figure with iridescent skin that shimmered like liquid starlight, regarded her with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of countless generations. For a moment, the silence stretched, heavy with the unspoken history of conflict and mistrust between their species. Then, Singh extended her hand, a gesture that transcended language, a universal symbol of peace. The alien hesitated, their elongated fingers twitching slightly, before reaching out to clasp her hand in a grip that was both firm and oddly warm. It was a simple act, but one that carried the weight of an entire galaxy's future. Singh's words echoed through the chamber, her tone both commanding and hopeful. "We've been given a second chance. Let's make it count." The phrase wasn't just a call to action, it was a promise. A promise to learn from the mistakes of the past, to forge a new path forward, one built on cooperation rather than conquest. The alien emissary tilted their head, a gesture that seemed to convey both curiosity and cautious optimism. They spoke in a series of melodic tones, their language translated in real time by the ship's AI. "Your words carry truth," the emissary said. "We, too, have suffered from the divisions of the past. Together, perhaps we can prevent such suffering from spreading further." The alliance wasn't just a symbolic gesture, it was a practical necessity. The galaxy was teetering on the brink of chaos, with rogue factions and ancient rivalries threatening to plunge entire star systems into war. The crew of the Eclipse had seen first, and the devastation that unchecked ambition could bring, and they knew that the only way to prevent it was through unity. Singh and her team proposed a coalition, a network of species working together to maintain peace and protect vulnerable worlds. The aliens, who called themselves the Luminari, agreed, their own history of isolationism giving way to a newfound understanding of interdependence. The details of the coalition were hashed out over hours of intense negotiation. Each species brought something unique to the table: advanced technology, strategic knowledge, or deep reserves of natural resources. The Luminari, for example, possessed an intimate understanding of the galaxy's most unstable regions, having navigated its dangers for millennia. In exchange, the crew of the Eclipse offered their expertise in diplomacy and conflict resolution, honed through years of navigating the complexities of interspecies relations. It was a delicate balance, but one that both sides were committed to maintaining. As the negotiations progressed, Singh couldn't help but reflect on how far they had come. Just months ago, humanity had been on the brink of extinction, its colonies ravaged by war and its resources stretched to the breaking point. Now, they stood on the precipice of something extraordinary, a chance to rewrite their story, not as conquerors or victims, but as partners in a larger cosmic narrative. The weight of that responsibility was not lost on her. This isn't just about survival anymore, she told her crew later that evening. It's about legacy. What we do here, the choices we make, will echo across generations. We owe it to them to get this right. The Coalition's first mission was a test of their newfound unity. A rogue faction, known as the Void Reapers, had seized control of a critical hyperspace corridor, threatening to cut off trade routes and destabilize entire sectors. The Luminari provided intelligence on the faction's movements, while the Eclipse crew devised a strategy to neutralize the threat without resorting to outright destruction. It was a risky plan, requiring precise coordination and trust between species that had only just begun to work together. But when the mission succeeded, culminating in the peaceful surrender of the Void Reapers, it proved that the Coalition was more than just an idealistic dream. It was a viable force for change. Singh's words continued to resonate, not just among her crew, but across the galaxy. We've been given a second chance, let's make it count. It became a rallying cry, a reminder that the mistakes of the past didn't have to define the future. The road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but for the first time in a long while, there was hope. Hope that together, they could build something better, something enduring, and as the Eclipse set course for its next destination, Singh allowed herself a rare moment of quiet satisfaction. They had taken the first step. Now, it was up to all of them to keep moving forward. The crew stood in silence, the weight of Hale's words pressing down on them like the gravity of a dying star. The artifact, though shattered, had left behind more than just fragments. Its energy, its essence, lingered in pockets scattered across the galaxy. It wasn't just a relic of an ancient civilization, it was a force, a power that could rewrite the rules of existence itself. And now, they were the only ones who knew it still existed. Hale's voice broke the quiet, firm and urgent. We can't let this power fall into the wrong hands. If someone else finds it before we do, if they figure out how to wield it, it won't just change the galaxy, it could destroy it. His eyes scanned the room, locking onto each member of the crew. We have to find it, all of it, before anyone else does. The implications were staggering. The artifact's energy wasn't just a tool, it was a catalyst. It had the potential to amplify technology, to bend the laws of physics, to unlock doors humanity wasn't meant to open. And yet, it also carried a darker side, a volatility that could tear apart entire star systems if misused. The crew had seen it firsthand, the way the artifact had warped reality around it, the way it had nearly consumed them. They couldn't afford to let that happen again. As they began to map out their next steps, the enormity of their task became clear. The energy remnants weren't concentrated in one place, they were scattered, hidden in far-flung corners of the galaxy. Some might be buried beneath the surface of uncharted planets, others drifting in the void of space, concealed within derelict ships or ancient ruins. Finding them wouldn't just be a matter of navigation, it would require deciphering clues, piecing together fragments of a puzzle that spanned millennia. We're not just looking for energy signatures, said Dr. Lehrer, the ship's astrophysicist, her voice tinged with both excitement and apprehension. We're looking for patterns. The civilization that created this artifact, they didn't just leave it behind, they hid it. They wanted it to be found, but only by those who could understand it. We need to think like they did. The crew knew they were racing against time. Word of the artifact's destruction had already spread, and there were others out there, governments, corporations, rogue factions who would stop at nothing to claim its power for themselves. The stakes couldn't be higher. If even a single piece of the artifact's energy fell into the wrong hands, the consequences could be catastrophic. Hale's mind raced as he considered the possibilities. They weren't just explorers anymore, they were guardians. The responsibility weighed heavily on him, but there was no turning back. "We move fast," he said, his voice steady. "We stay ahead of anyone who might be looking for this, and we don't take chances. Every decision we make from here on out could mean the difference between saving the galaxy or dooming it." The crew nodded, their resolve hardening. They had faced the unknown before, but this was different. This wasn't just a mission, it was a calling. The artifact had chosen them in a way, and now it was up to them to ensure its power was never misused. As the ship's engines hummed to life, carrying them toward their first destination, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were stepping into something far greater than themselves, a cosmic game of hide and seek with the fate of the universe hanging in the balance. The hum of the ship's engines filled the air as the crew gathered in the command center, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of holographic star maps. Ray's voice echoed through the speakers, calm yet tinged with urgency. "The journey is far from over. Stay vigilant," she reminded them, her words carrying the weight of everything they had already endured. The remnants of the alien artifact were out there, scattered across the cosmos, and the stakes had never been higher. If even one fragment fell into the wrong hands, the consequences could be catastrophic. This wasn't just a mission, it was a race against time, a desperate bid to prevent a disaster that could unravel civilizations. The crew moved with purpose, each member focused on their role. Captain Voss stood at the helm, her sharp gaze locked on the swirling patterns of the star map. "We've got leads on 3 potential locations," she announced, her voice steady but edged with tension. "Each one is a risk, but we don't have the luxury of choice. We need to act fast." The first location was a derelict space station orbiting a dying star, a place shrouded in mystery and long abandoned. The second was a rogue asteroid drifting through a volatile nebula, its surface rumored to be riddled with ancient ruins. The third, and perhaps the most dangerous, was a distant moon orbiting a gas giant, its atmosphere thick with toxic gases and its surface said to be crawling with scavengers. As the crew prepared for the first leg of their journey, Ray's voice returned, this time softer, almost meditative. "Remember, this isn't just about finding the remnants. It's about understanding what they mean. The artifact changed us, changed everything. We can't afford to make the same mistakes twice." Her words lingered, a reminder of the strange, almost sentient energy that had coursed through the artifact, altering their perceptions and revealing glimpses of a reality beyond their comprehension. It had been a gift and a curse, a source of unimaginable power and unfathomable danger. The ship's engines roared to life as they set course for the derelict space station. The journey would take hours, and the crew used the time to prepare. Dr. Kale, the team's xenobiologist, pored over scans of the station, searching for any signs of life or activity. "If the remnant is here, it's likely been dormant for centuries," he muttered, his fingers dancing across the screen. "But we can't assume anything. This thing has a way of waking up when you least expect it." His words sent a ripple of unease through the room, a stark reminder of the artifact's unpredictable nature. Meanwhile, Engineer Jax worked on recalibrating the ship's sensors, his hands moving with practiced precision. "We're going to need every advantage we can get," he said, his tone grim. "If there's even a hint of interference from the remnant, we'll be flying blind." His words were a sobering reminder of the risks they faced. The artifact had a way of distorting reality, bending the laws of physics in ways they still didn't fully understand. One wrong move, and they could find themselves trapped in a nightmare of their own making. As the ship approached the derelict station, the crew fell silent, their attention fixed on the looming structure. It was a relic of a bygone era, its hull pockmarked with the scars of time and neglect. But there was something else, a faint, almost imperceptible hum that seemed to emanate from within. "That's not normal," Jax muttered, his brow furrowed. "It's like the station is alive." His observation sent a chill through the room, and for a moment, no one spoke. The artifact had a way of defying explanation, of challenging everything they thought they knew about the universe. Captain Voss broke the silence, her voice firm and resolute. "We've come this far, we're not turning back now." Her words were a rallying cry, a reminder of the mission that had brought them together. They were more than a crew, they were a family, bound by a shared purpose and a determination to see this through, no matter the cost. As they prepared to board the station, Ray's voice echoed in their minds once more, a quiet reassurance amidst the chaos. "Stay vigilant," she whispered. The journey is far from over, and with that, they stepped into the unknown, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The airlock hissed open, and the crew stepped onto the derelict station, their boots echoing in the cavernous silence. The artifact's energy signature pulsed faintly on their scanners, but something was off. The readings were erratic, unstable, and they weren't alone. Shadows moved in the periphery, figures clad in makeshift armor, their faces obscured by helmets that gleamed faintly in the dim light. These weren't scavengers or rogue traders. These were humans, but not like any the crew had encountered before. They moved with purpose, their weapons humming with a familiar, unnatural energy. The artifact's power, Singh stepped forward, her voice cutting through the tension. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" One of the figures stepped into the light, lowering their weapon just enough to reveal a patch on their shoulder, a crude insignia of a shattered Earth. "We're the remnants," the leader said, their voice distorted by the helmet. "And we've taken what you abandoned, the power you couldn't control, we've mastered it." The crew exchanged uneasy glances. This wasn't just a rogue faction, this was a group that had harnessed the artifact's energy, bending it to their will. They spoke of liberation, of overthrowing the remnants of Earth's failed governments, of building a new order from the ashes. But their words carried a dangerous edge, a fanaticism that sent chills down Singh's spine. The leader gestured to a console behind them, where a crude device pulsed with the artifact's energy. "We've unlocked its potential," they said, their voice swelling with pride. "No more relying on the old ways, no more bowing to those who left us to rot. This power is ours now." Singh's mind raced. She remembered the warnings, the catastrophic failures that had nearly torn their own ship apart when they first tried to harness the artifact. The energy was unpredictable, volatile, too much for any human to control, and yet here they were, standing in the presence of those who had not only tried but succeeded, at least on the surface. "But at what cost? You don't understand what you're dealing with," Singh said, her voice firm but tinged with urgency. "This energy, it's not something you can control. It's alive, unpredictable. We've seen what happens when it's misused. You're playing with fire." The leader laughed, a harsh, metallic sound. "Fire, we've tamed it. We've made it ours, and soon the rest of the galaxy will bow to its power." The crew tensed, their hands drifting toward their weapons. This wasn't just a disagreement, this was a clash of ideologies, a battle over the very nature of the artifact's power. The remnants saw it as a tool, a weapon to reshape the galaxy in their image, but Singh and her crew knew better. They had seen the cost of that arrogance, the devastation it could unleash. Singh stepped closer, her voice low but carrying the weight of experience. "You think you've mastered it, but you're wrong. This energy, it changes you. It twists your mind, your intentions. We've been down this path before, and it nearly destroyed us. We can't let you repeat our mistakes." The leader's helmet tilted slightly, as if considering her words. For a moment there was silence, then, with a nod to their followers, they raised their weapon. "We're not the ones making mistakes," they said. "We're the ones fixing them." The crew barely had time to react as the remnants opened fire, their weapons crackling with the artifact's energy. The air sizzled with raw power, the station trembling under the force of the unleashed energy. Singh shouted orders, her voice cutting through the chaos as the crew scrambled for cover. They couldn't afford to let the remnants continue down this path. The artifact's power was too dangerous, too unpredictable, and if they succeeded in spreading its energy across the galaxy, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the battle raged on, Singh found herself face to face with the leader, their weapons locked in a deadly stalemate. "You think you're saving the galaxy," Singh said, her voice strained but steady. "But you're only dooming it. We can't let you do this." The leader's response was a cold, calculated smile. "Then stop us," they said, "if you can." And with that, the fight intensified, the station shaking under the weight of the artifact's unleashed power. The crew knew they were outnumbered, outgunned, but they also knew they couldn't afford to fail. The fate of the galaxy hung in the balance, and they were the only ones standing in the way of a catastrophe they had once narrowly avoided. As Singh fought, her mind raced with one thought: they couldn't let history repeat itself, not this time. The atmosphere inside the rogue faction's base was thick with tension, the air crackling with the hum of concealed energy weapons and the faint scent of ionized metal. The crew moved like shadows, their movements precise and deliberate, each step calculated to avoid detection. The stakes had never been higher. This wasn't just about reclaiming the stolen energy, it was about justice, about honoring the sacrifices that had brought them this far. Hale's voice cut through the silence, low and steady, as he whispered to the team, "Remember why we're here. This isn't just a mission, it's personal." As they advanced, the dimly lit corridors seemed to close in around them, the walls lined with flickering panels and the occasional burst of sparks from overloaded circuits. The rogue faction had fortified their stronghold well, but the crew had one advantage: they knew what was at stake. Every corner turned, every door breached, brought them closer to the heart of the base, where the stolen energy was being held. The tension was palpable, each member of the team hyper-aware of the risks they were taking. One wrong move, one misstep, and the entire operation could collapse. The first sign of resistance came suddenly, a patrol of rogue soldiers rounding a corner, their weapons raised. The crew reacted instantly, moving with a practiced synchronicity that spoke of countless missions fought side by side. The firefight was intense, energy bolts lighting up the corridor in flashes of blue and red. Hale led the charge, his focus razor sharp, his every action driven by a singular purpose. "Push forward," he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "We're not stopping until we get it back." As the crew pressed deeper into the base, the resistance grew fiercer. The rogue faction had clearly anticipated their arrival, and the halls were soon filled with the sounds of clashing weapons and shouts of combat. Despite the odds, the crew held their ground, their determination unshakable. They fought not just for themselves, but for Reyes, for the sacrifices she had made, for the hope she had embodied. Hale's words echoed in their minds, a rallying cry that fueled their resolve. This is for Reyes, for everything she sacrificed. The battle reached its climax in the central chamber, a vast, cavernous room dominated by a towering device that pulsed with the stolen energy. The crew faced off against the rogue faction's leader, a figure shrouded in shadow, their motives as enigmatic as their identity. The confrontation was brutal, a clash of ideals as much as a physical struggle. Hale stood at the forefront, his every move a testament to his unwavering commitment to their cause. As the final blow was struck and the device began to destabilize, Hale's voice rang out once more, filled with a mixture of triumph and sorrow. "This ends now." For Reyes, for all of us, the crew's victory was hard-won, the cost of their success etched into their faces as they stood amidst the wreckage of the base. They had reclaimed the energy, but the battle had left its mark. As they prepared to leave, Hale paused, his gaze lingering on the device that had once held the stolen power. "We did it," he said quietly, more to himself than to the others. "But it's not over, not yet." The words hung in the air, a reminder that their journey was far from complete, and that the sacrifices made along the way would always be a part of them. The air in the chamber grew heavy as the crew finally managed to stabilize the alien energy core, its pulsating light dimming to a steady glow. It had taken hours of painstaking effort, but they had done it. The artifact was secure, and with it, the potential to reshape humanity's future. Relief washed over the team, but it was short-lived. A sharp click echoed through the room, and the sound of a weapon being armed froze them in place. Everyone turned to see one of their own, Lieutenant Harper, standing near the control panel, a sidearm trained on the group. Her expression was unreadable, her eyes cold and distant. Singh stepped forward, his voice steady but laced with disbelief. "Harper, what are you doing? We trusted you. How could you do this?" Harper's grip on the weapon didn't waver. "You don't understand," she said, her tone calm but resolute. "This energy, it's not just a tool for humanity, it's power, real power, and power like this doesn't belong in the hands of a committee or a government. It belongs to someone who knows how to wield it, someone like me." The room fell silent, the weight of her words settling over the crew like a storm cloud. Singh's jaw tightened, his mind racing. Harper had been with them from the beginning, a trusted member of the team. She had risked her life alongside them, shared their victories and their losses. And now, here she was, ready to throw it all away for a chance at control. "You think you can handle this alone?" Singh asked, his voice low but firm. "This thing, it's not just energy, it's alive, Harper. It's unpredictable and it's dangerous. You've seen what it can do, what it almost did to us. If you try to take it for yourself, you'll lose control. You'll destroy everything." Harper's lips curled into a bitter smile. "You're wrong, Singh. I've spent years studying this technology, preparing for this moment. I know how to harness it, I know how to make it work for me, and once I do, I won't need any of you. I'll be unstoppable." The crew exchanged uneasy glances, the tension in the room palpable. They were unarmed, outmatched, and Harper had the upper hand, but Singh wasn't ready to give up. "This isn't you," he said, taking a cautious step forward. "You're not a traitor, you're not a murderer. Whatever's driving you to do this, it's not worth it. Think about what you're sacrificing, your friends, your principles, your humanity. Is this really what you want?" For a moment, Harper hesitated, her resolve flickering, but then her expression hardened and she tightened her grip on the weapon. "Don't try to appeal to my conscience, Singh. This is bigger than all of us, and if I have to leave you behind to achieve what I've been working for, then so be it." The crew braced themselves, unsure of what would happen next. Harper's betrayal had thrown everything into chaos, and the fragile trust that had held them together was shattered. Singh's mind raced, searching for a way to outmaneuver her, to reclaim the artifact before it was too late. But deep down, he knew this wasn't just a battle for control of the energy, it was a struggle for Harper's soul. And if they couldn't reach her, if they couldn't remind her of who she really was, then they might lose more than just the artifact. They might lose her forever. The tension aboard the ship was palpable as the crew gathered in the dimly lit command center, their faces etched with a mix of anger and disbelief. At the center of the room stood the traitor, their expression defiant yet tinged with a strange calm. The air seemed to crackle with unspoken accusations, each member of the crew grappling with the betrayal that had brought them to this moment. "You think you can stop this?" The traitor sneered, their voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "What I'm doing is bigger than any of you. This energy, this power, it's not just a tool. It's a chance to remake the galaxy as it should be. No more chaos, no more suffering. A perfect order, shaped by my hand." The crew exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of the traitor's words sinking in. Ray's voice, gentle yet firm, broke through the tension like a beacon in the dark. "Do not let fear and greed destroy what we've built." It echoed in their minds, a reminder of the values that had guided them through countless trials. The words carried a weight that seemed to anchor them, pulling them back from the edge of despair. One of the crew members, a quiet engineer named Jara, stepped forward, her voice trembling but resolute. "You talk about order, but what you're proposing isn't order. It's tyranny. You're willing to sacrifice everything we stand for, everything we've fought for, just to impose your vision on the galaxy. Do you really think that's what humanity needs, to be stripped of its freedom, its diversity, its very soul?" The traitor's eyes narrowed, their composure flickering for the first time. "You don't understand," they snapped. "Freedom has only brought us conflict. Diversity has only brought us division. I'm offering a solution. a way to end the cycle of pain and destruction. "Can't you see, this is the only way?" But the crew wasn't swayed. Another voice, this time from the pilot, Illy, cut through the room. "You're not offering a solution, you're offering a cage. And you're not doing it for the galaxy, you're doing it for yourself. You've let your own fear of chaos blind you to the beauty of what we have. Imperfect, messy, yes, but real." Alive, as the argument unfolded, Ray's voice lingered in their minds, a steady presence urging them to hold fast to their principles. It wasn't just a warning, it was a call to action. The crew realized that this wasn't just about stopping the traitor, it was about reaffirming their commitment to the ideals that had brought them together in the first place. To let fear and greed dictate their actions would be to betray everything they had worked for. The traitor, sensing the shift in the room, grew more desperate. "You think you're better than me, you think you have the answers. Look at yourselves divided, weak, clinging to outdated notions of right and wrong. I'm the one willing to make the hard choices. I'm the one who sees the bigger picture." But the crew stood firm, their resolve unshaken. Jara spoke again, her voice steady now. "The bigger picture isn't just about power or control. It's about connection, about understanding, about building something together, even when it's hard, and yes, about making mistakes and learning from them. What you're proposing isn't progress, it's the end of everything that makes us who we are." In that moment, the room seemed to hold its breath. The traitor's plan, once so grand and alluring, now felt hollow and empty, a shadow of what true progress could be. The crew had faced the darkness within themselves and within their companion, and they had chosen to stand against it. Ray's words had reminded them of what was at stake, not just the fate of the galaxy, but the soul of their mission. As they prepared to act, the traitor's defiance began to crumble, replaced by something far more dangerous, a quiet, simmering rage. The confrontation was far from over, but the crew knew one thing for certain: they would not let fear and greed dictate their path. They would fight not just for the galaxy, but for the future they believed in. The air on the ship was heavy, thick with the aftermath of chaos. The traitor, once a trusted member of the crew, now lay unconscious on the cold metal floor, their betrayal laid bare. The fight had been brutal, a clash of desperation and duty, but the crew had emerged victorious, at least in one sense. Yet, as the adrenaline began to ebb, the weight of what they had lost settled over them like a suffocating fog. The artifact, the very thing they had fought so hard to protect, was gone. Its energy, once a pulsing, otherworldly force, had dissipated into the void, leaving nothing but a hollow silence in its wake. Hale stood at the center of it all, her hands trembling as she stared at the empty space where the artifact had been. Her voice, usually steady and commanding, cracked under the strain of defeat. "We've failed again," she said, the words heavy with resignation. It wasn't just the artifact they had lost, it was hope. Hope for answers, hope for survival, hope for a future that now seemed impossibly out of reach. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, their faces etched with a mix of exhaustion and despair. They had risked everything, and still, it hadn't been enough. Around them, the ship's systems flickered weakly, the artifact's energy no longer sustaining them. The lights dimmed, casting long shadows across the room, and the hum of the engines grew faint, like a heartbeat slowing to a stop. It was a stark reminder of how much they had relied on the artifact, not just for power, but for purpose. Without it, they were adrift, both literally and metaphorically. The mission that had once driven them forward now felt like a distant memory, a dream slipping through their fingers. Hale sank into a nearby chair, her shoulders slumping under the weight of her own thoughts. She replayed the events in her mind, searching for the moment things had gone wrong. Had they missed something? Could they have done more? The questions gnawed at her, each one a fresh stab of guilt. But beneath the self-doubt, there was something else: anger. Anger at the traitor, anger at the universe, anger at herself for letting it happen. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, as if the physical pain could somehow distract her from the emotional turmoil. The rest of the crew moved quietly, their usual camaraderie replaced by a tense silence. Some tended to the wounded, their hands moving mechanically as they bandaged cuts and checked for injuries. Others simply sat, staring into the distance, their minds racing with the same unanswerable questions. The ship felt smaller somehow, the walls closing in as the reality of their situation sank in. They were stranded, their only lifeline gone, and the odds of finding another artifact, or even making it home, seemed impossibly slim. In the midst of it all, one crew member broke the silence. "What do we do now?" they asked, their voice barely above a whisper. It was a simple question, but it carried the weight of their collective uncertainty. Hale looked up, her eyes meeting theirs, and for a moment she hesitated. The truth was, she didn't know. Every plan, every strategy had hinged on the artifact. Without it, they were lost, but as she scanned the room, taking in the faces of her crew, she realized they were looking to her for answers. They needed her to lead, even now, even when it felt like there was nothing left to fight for. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to sit up straighter. "We keep going," she said, her voice firmer now, though it still carried the ache of loss. "We've faced worse than this before. Maybe we lost the artifact, but we're still here, and as long as we're still here, there's a chance." Her words hung in the air, a fragile thread of hope that the crew clung to. It wasn't much, but it was enough, for now. They would regroup, they would find a way to move forward, and they would keep searching for answers, even in the face of the unknown. Because that was what they did, that was who they were, and failure, no matter how crushing, couldn't take that away from them. The air inside the chamber grew heavier as the crew stepped into the dimly lit vault, their boots echoing against the cold metallic floor. Ahead of them, bathed in an eerie blue glow, was the hidden cache, a crystalline structure pulsating with the artifact's energy. It wasn't just energy, it was life, preserved by an alien species who had mastered the art of harnessing it. Singh stepped forward, his face illuminated by the soft light, and his voice cut through the silence like a blade. "This is our last chance," he said, his tone steady but laced with urgency. "We can't afford to fail." The cache wasn't just a source of power, it was a relic of an ancient civilization's ingenuity, a testament to their understanding of forces humanity had only begun to grasp. The energy within the crystals seemed alive, shifting and swirling as if responding to the crew's presence. Elena, the team's engineer, cautiously approached the structure, her gloved hand hovering just inches from its surface. "It's self-sustaining," she murmured, her voice filled with awe. "The energy isn't just store, it's cycling, feeding back into itself. They've created a perpetual system." Singh's mind raced. This wasn't just a discovery, it was a lifeline. The artifact they had been studying for months had drained its energy reserves, leaving them stranded and desperate. But here, in this forgotten vault, lay the key to unlocking its full potential. "We need to extract this," he said, his voice firm. "But carefully, one wrong move and we could destabilize the entire system." The crew moved with precision, their training kicking in as they began the delicate process of interfacing with the alien technology. It was unlike anything they had encountered before. The crystals emitted a low hum, resonating at a frequency that seemed to vibrate through their very bones. Marcus, the team's physicist, adjusted his instruments, his brow furrowed in concentration. "The energy signature is unlike anything we've seen," he said. "It's not just electromagnetic, it's something more, something alive." As they worked, the weight of their mission pressed down on them. This wasn't just about survival, it was about understanding. The alien species that had created this technology had left behind more than just a power source. They had left a message. The cache was a bridge between their world and humanity's, a way of sharing knowledge that transcended time and space. Singh felt the enormity of it all. "This isn't just energy," he said quietly, almost to himself. "It's a legacy, a gift, but time was running out. The chamber's systems were failing, the ancient mechanisms groaning under the strain of millennia." The crew had to act quickly. Elena carefully detached one of the smaller crystals, its light dimming slightly as it was removed from the larger structure. "We've got it," she said, holding it up for the others to see. The crystal pulsed faintly in her hand, its energy still vibrant. Singh nodded, his expression a mix of relief and determination. "This changes everything," he said, "but we're not done yet. We need to get this back to the artifact and see if we can reignite it. If we succeed, we might finally unlock the secrets they left behind." As they left the vault, the weight of their discovery hung heavy in the air. The crew knew they were standing on the precipice of something monumental, a moment that could redefine humanity's place in the cosmos. But with that knowledge came responsibility. The energy they carried wasn't just power, it was a connection to a civilization that had reached heights humanity could only dream of. And now, it was up to them to honor that legacy or risk losing it forever. The crew stood in silence, the hum of the alien energy coursing through the chamber like a living heartbeat. It was no longer just a force to be harnessed, it had become a teacher, a guide. Ray's voice echoed in their minds once more, soft yet commanding. "You have learned from the past, now build a better future." The words lingered, not as a command, but as an invitation. They had seen what unchecked power could do. They had felt the weight of mistakes and the cost of arrogance. Now, it was time to create something new, something that would honor the lessons of the artifact without repeating its dangers. The team moved with purpose, their earlier hesitations replaced by a quiet determination. Dr. Elara Voss, the astrophysicist, took the lead, her hands steady as she manipulated the energy streams. "If we're going to do this," she said, her voice steady but tinged with excitement, "we need to encode safeguards into its very structure." No more shortcuts, no more assumptions. Around her, the engineers and scientists worked in harmony, their tools glowing faintly as they shaped the energy into a new form. This wasn't just about building a tool, it was about creating a legacy. The process was unlike anything they'd ever attempted. The alien energy responded to their intentions, as if it could sense their resolve. It flowed and shifted, taking on a shape that was both familiar and entirely new. The team worked tirelessly, their movements precise, their focus unshakable. They knew what was at stake. The galaxy had endured enough chaos from the original artifact. This new creation had to be different. It had to be a shield, not a weapon, a beacon of hope, not a source of fear. As the hours turned into days, the artifact began to take form. It was smaller than the original, its design more elegant, its purpose clearer. Embedded within it were layers of safeguards, each one a testament to the crew's hard-earned wisdom. There were fail-safes to prevent misuse, protocols to ensure it could only be activated with collective consent, and mechanisms to shut it down if it ever threatened to spiral out of control. It was a masterpiece of both science and morality, a fusion of alien technology and human ingenuity. Ray's voice seemed to whisper through the chamber as they worked, a reminder of the stakes. "You have learned from the past," it said, and they had. They'd seen how power could corrupt, how even the best intentions could lead to disaster, but they'd also seen how resilience and unity could overcome even the greatest challenges. This new artifact was proof of that. It wasn't just a tool, it was a symbol of their growth, their ability to rise above their mistakes. When the final piece fell into place, the chamber filled with a soft, golden light. The artifact pulsed gently, its energy harmonious and controlled. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the crew allowed themselves to breathe. They had done it, they had created something that could protect the galaxy without the risks of the original. It was a triumph, but also a responsibility. This artifact wasn't just theirs, it belonged to everyone, a gift to the future. As they stood together, gazing at their creation, Ray's voice returned one last time. "Now build a better future." The words were no longer just a directive, they were a promise. The crew knew their work wasn't over. They would need to guide the galaxy in understanding this new artifact, in using it wisely. But for now, they allowed themselves a moment of quiet pride. They had faced the darkness and emerged stronger. They had learned, they had grown, and now, they had built something that could truly make a difference. As the crew gathered around the newly activated artifact, a palpable tension filled the room. This wasn't just another discovery, it was the culmination of years of sacrifice, loss, and unrelenting determination. The artifact hummed softly, its surface glowing with an otherworldly light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the heartbeat of the galaxy itself. Commander Hale stepped forward, her voice steady but carrying the weight of everything they'd endured. "This is it," she said, her words cutting through the silence like a blade. "We've finally done it. We've made things right." The artifact's activation was unlike anything they'd ever witnessed. A ripple of energy surged outward, invisible yet unmistakable, spreading across the stars like a wave. It wasn't just a physical phenomenon, it felt alive, as if the artifact had tapped into the very essence of the cosmos. The crew watched in awe as the energy expanded, forming an intricate network of light that connected star systems, planets, and nebulae. This wasn't just a shield, it was a living, breathing defense, a barrier that would protect the galaxy from the external threats that had loomed over them for so long. For Hale, the moment was bittersweet. She thought of the lives lost, the worlds destroyed, and the endless battles fought to bring them to this point. The artifact was more than a tool, it was a symbol of redemption, a chance to rewrite the wrongs of the past. "We've paid a heavy price to get here," she said, her voice softening as she glanced at the faces of her crew. "But today, we've given the galaxy a future, a chance to heal, to grow, to thrive without fear." The shield's impact was immediate. On the bridge's monitors, they could see the effects in real time. The once vulnerable edges of the galaxy, where hostile forces had lurked, now shimmered with a protective glow. Ships that had once been on the brink of annihilation were now safe, their crews unaware of the invisible force that now guarded them. The artifact had done more than create a shield. It had woven itself into the fabric of space itself, an eternal sentinel standing watch over the stars. But even as the crew celebrated, questions lingered. What was the true cost of this power? The artifact had come from an alien civilization far more advanced than their own. What had driven them to create such a device, and why had they left it behind? Hale couldn't shake the feeling that they were only beginning to understand the artifact's full potential and its dangers. "We've won today," she said, her tone measured, "but this isn't the end. It's a new beginning, and we need to be ready for whatever comes next." The crew nodded, their faces a mix of relief and determination. They had faced the unimaginable and emerged victorious, but the galaxy was vast, and the mysteries it held were far from solved. As the artifact continued to hum softly in the background, its light casting long shadows across the room, Hale allowed herself a moment of quiet reflection. They had made history, but the story was far from over, and as the stars shimmered in the distance, she knew that their journey was only just beginning. The crew of the Astra Nova returned to Earth as heroes once again, their names echoing through the halls of history and the hearts of billions. Parades lit up the streets of every major city, their images projected onto skyscrapers and broadcast across every screen. Songs were written, medals were bestowed, and yet, amidst the celebration, there was a quiet solemnity among the crew. They had faced the unimaginable, unraveled the secrets of an alien artifact, and stared into the abyss of the unknown. But as Captain Singh stood before the roaring crowds, her words carried a weight that transcended the moment. "This isn't the end," she said, her voice steady and resolute. "We'll always be guardians of the galaxy. This is our destiny." The phrase lingered in the air, a promise and a burden all at once. For Singh and her crew, the celebration was not a conclusion but a reminder. The artifact they had discovered was no mere relic, it was a beacon, a signal that humanity was not alone in the cosmos, and with that knowledge came responsibility. The artifact had changed them, not just as individuals but as a species. It had unlocked new technologies, reshaped their understanding of the universe, and revealed the existence of a civilization far beyond their own. But it had also raised more questions than answers. Who had created it? Why had it been left behind? And what other secrets lay hidden among the stars? The crew knew their work was far from over. The artifact was just the beginning, a single thread in a vast, intricate tapestry. They had glimpsed the edge of something monumental, something that would redefine humanity's place in the cosmos. But with that revelation came a warning. The artifact's power was immense, capable of reshaping worlds and rewriting the laws of physics. It was a tool, yes, but also a test. Could humanity wield such power wisely? Could they rise to the challenge of their newfound destiny, or would they falter under the weight of their own ambitions? Singh often found herself reflecting on these questions, even as the world celebrated their achievements. She had seen the artifact's light, felt its vibrations in her very soul, and she knew it was more than just a machine. It was a call to action, a summons to explore, to protect, and to evolve. "We'll always be guardians of the galaxy," she had said, and those words were not just for the crowd. They were a vow, a commitment to a future that stretched beyond the horizon, beyond the stars. As the celebrations faded and the crew returned to their duties, the weight of that vow became ever more apparent. The Astra Nova was no longer just a ship, it was a symbol, a living testament to humanity's potential. The crew trained harder, studied deeper, and prepared for the challenges ahead. They knew the artifact was not an endpoint but a gateway, a doorway to a universe teeming with wonders and dangers alike, and they knew too that they could not face it alone. The artifact had united humanity in ways no one could have predicted, forging alliances and sparking a new era of collaboration. Together, they would explore the unknown, protect the fragile balance of the cosmos, and honor the legacy of those who had come before. For Singh, the journey was personal as much as it was universal. She had dedicated her life to the stars, to the pursuit of knowledge and the protection of all that lay beyond Earth's atmosphere. The artifact had reaffirmed her purpose, but it had also deepened her understanding of what it meant to be a guardian. It was not just about exploration or discovery, it was about stewardship, about safeguarding the delicate threads that connected all life in the universe. And as she looked out at the endless expanse of space, she felt a profound sense of duty, a quiet resolve that would guide her and her crew through the trials to come. The galaxy was vast, its mysteries infinite, but Singh and her crew were ready. They had faced the unknown and emerged stronger, united by a shared purpose and an unshakable belief in their destiny. The celebrations would fade, the parades would end, but their mission would endure, for they were more than explorers, more than scientists, more than heroes. They were guardians, and the stars would always call them home. The weight of the artifact's energy pressed heavily on the crew's shoulders, not just as a source of power, but as a responsibility that transcended their individual lives. With its capabilities now understood, the crew knew they couldn't simply wield it as a tool, it demanded stewardship, and so they began to establish a new order, a system of governance built on trust, transparency, and shared accountability. This wasn't just about managing the artifact, it was about ensuring its energy was used in ways that honored its profound potential and safeguarded the future of all who might come into contact with it. At the heart of this new order was a council, composed of representatives from each department on the ship. Their task was to oversee the artifact's energy distribution, ensuring it was allocated fairly and responsibly. No single person could be trusted with such power, and the council's structure reflected that. Every decision required consensus, a deliberate process that forced them to weigh the consequences of their actions against the greater good. It was slow, sometimes frustrating, but necessary. The artifact wasn't just a source of energy, it was a test of their collective humanity. Rays, though no longer physically present, seemed to guide them still. Her voice echoed in their minds, a soft whisper that carried both encouragement and warning. "You have fulfilled your purpose," she would say. "Now guide others to do the same." Those words became a mantra, a reminder that their journey wasn't just about survival or discovery, it was about legacy. They had been chosen, not by chance but by the artifact itself, to carry forward its wisdom and ensure its energy was used to uplift, not destroy. The Council's first major decision was to create a set of protocols for accessing the artifact's energy. These protocols were designed to prevent misuse, requiring multiple layers of authorization and constant monitoring. Every use of the energy had to be justified, every application scrutinized for its long-term impact. It was a system born of necessity, but also of humility. The crew understood that they were not the masters of the artifact, they were its caretakers, entrusted with a power far greater than themselves. As the weeks turned into months, the Council's work began to bear fruit. They developed technologies that harnessed the artifact's energy to heal, to build, and to explore. Medical bays were equipped with devices that could repair cellular damage in seconds. Engineering teams used the energy to construct habitats capable of withstanding the harshest environments, and the ship itself, once limited by the constraints of conventional propulsion, now moved through space with an efficiency that defied imagination. The artifact's energy had become a catalyst for progress, but only because the crew had the discipline to use it wisely. Yet, challenges remained. Not everyone agreed with the Council's decisions, and dissent occasionally threatened to fracture their unity. Some argued that the protocols were too restrictive, that the artifact's energy should be used more freely to solve immediate problems. Others feared that even the strictest safeguards couldn't prevent misuse in the long term. These debates were heated, but they were also necessary. They forced the crew to confront difficult questions about power, responsibility, and the ethical boundaries of their actions. Ray's voice was a constant presence during these discussions. Guide others, she would remind them, her words a gentle nudge toward collaboration and compassion. It was a call to think beyond themselves, to consider not just what they could achieve, but what they should achieve. The artifact's energy was a gift, but it was also a mirror, reflecting both their potential and their flaws. How they chose to use it would define not just their legacy, but the legacy of the artifact itself. And so, the Council pressed on, navigating the complexities of their new role with a mix of determination and humility. They knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but they also knew they weren't alone. The artifact, Rays, and the lessons they had learned along the way were their guides, lighting the path forward. Their purpose had evolved, but it had never been clearer. They were no longer just explorers or survivors, they were guardians, tasked with ensuring that the artifact's energy was a force for good in a universe that desperately needed it. The air inside the training facility hummed with a quiet intensity, a blend of anticipation and purpose. Captain Hale stood at the center of the room, her presence commanding yet approachable as she addressed the new recruits. These were the faces of the next generation, young explorers who had been handpicked from across the galaxy, their eyes alight with the same curiosity and determination that had once driven her own crew. "You are not just stepping into a role," she began, her voice steady but imbued with a warmth that made every word resonate. "You are stepping into a legacy. One that began with a single discovery and has grown into something far greater than any of us could have imagined." The training regimen was rigorous, designed to push the recruits to their limits while instilling in them the values that had guided Hale and her team. They learned not only the technical skills required for deep space exploration, but also the importance of collaboration, resilience, and adaptability. Each day brought new challenges, simulations of alien environments, problem-solving exercises that tested their ability to think under pressure, and lessons in diplomacy for encounters with other civilizations. Hale often reminded them, "Out there, you won't just be explorers, you'll be ambassadors. The way you conduct yourselves will shape how humanity is seen among the stars." One of the most critical aspects of the training was the study of the artifact itself. The recruits spent hours analyzing its intricate designs, deciphering its cryptic symbols, and pondering the mysteries it still held. Hale knew that understanding the artifact was key to unlocking its full potential, but she also emphasized the importance of humility. "We've learned so much, but we've only scratched the surface," she told them. "Every answer we've found has led to a dozen more questions. That's the nature of discovery, it's never ending. As the weeks turned into months, Hale watched the recruits transform. They grew more confident, more capable, and more united as a team. She saw glimpses of herself in them, the same drive to explore, the same hunger for knowledge, the same willingness to face the unknown. And then there were moments when they surprised her, bringing fresh perspectives and innovative ideas that even she hadn't considered. It was a reminder that the future of exploration didn't belong to her or her original crew, it belonged to these young minds, who would carry the torch forward in ways she could only begin to imagine. The day of their graduation ceremony arrived, a bittersweet milestone for Hale. She stood before the assembled recruits, their uniforms crisp and their faces filled with a mixture of pride and determination. "Today marks the end of your training," she said, her voice carrying a weight of both finality and hope, "but it's also the beginning of something far greater. You are the inheritors of a mission that has the power to change the course of history. We've passed the torch. Now it's up to you to carry it forward." As the recruits dispersed to their new assignments, Hale lingered for a moment, her gaze lingering on the artifact that had started it all. It stood as a silent testament to the journey they had undertaken, a symbol of humanity's boundless curiosity and its unyielding spirit. She felt a pang of nostalgia, but also a deep sense of fulfillment. The mission would continue, not because of her, but because of those who would follow in her footsteps. And in their hands, she knew, the future was bright. The air inside the ship was thick with a quiet, reflective energy. The crew sat together in the dimly lit common area, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of the control panels. Each of them carried the weight of what they'd experienced, the enormity of their discovery settling like a silent tide. It wasn't just about the alien artifact anymore. It was about what it had done to them, how it had reshaped their understanding of themselves and their place in the universe. Singh broke the silence, his voice steady but carrying an unmistakable gravity. "We've faced the unknown and emerged stronger," he said, his words hanging in the air like a revelation. "We've truly evolved." Elena, who had been staring at the artifact's faint, pulsating light through the observation window, turned to face him. "It's strange," she began, her tone thoughtful, "to think that we set out on this mission to uncover the secrets of something beyond our world, and instead, we ended up uncovering something within ourselves. The artifact didn't just show us what's out there, it showed us what we're capable of." Her words resonated deeply with the others, each of them nodding in quiet agreement. They had all felt it, the shift, the transformation that had taken root in their minds and hearts. For Marcus, the engineer who had always relied on logic and precision, the journey had been particularly jarring. "I used to think that everything could be explained," he admitted, leaning forward, his hands clasped tightly. "But this has made me question what I thought I knew. Not just about the universe, but about how we define reality itself. The artifact doesn't follow the rules we've always taken for granted. And yet, here we are, adapting, learning, growing. It's humbling in a way." Ree, the medic, who had always been the most grounded of the group, smiled faintly. "I think that's the point," she said, "not just for us, but for humanity as a whole. We've always been explorers, driven by curiosity, but this is different. It's not just about reaching new frontiers anymore. It's about understanding that those frontiers might change us. And maybe that's what we've been missing all along, the willingness to let go of what we think we know and embrace the possibility of becoming something more." Singh nodded, his gaze distant but focused. "We've changed the course of history," he said quietly, "not just by finding this artifact, but by what we've learned from it. The knowledge we've gained, the questions it's raised, it's going to ripple through everything, science, philosophy, even the way we see ourselves as a species. We've taken the first step into a new era, and there's no turning back." The room fell silent again, but this time, the silence was charged with a sense of purpose. Each member of the crew knew that their lives would never be the same, not just because of what they'd discovered, but because of how they'd been changed by it. The artifact had been a catalyst, a mirror held up to their deepest fears and greatest potential, and in facing it, they had found a strength they hadn't known they possessed. As they sat there, the weight of their journey settling over them, they realized that this was only the beginning. The artifact was a key, but the door it had unlocked was one they would have to walk through together. And though the path ahead was uncertain, they were ready. They had faced the unknown, and they had emerged not just stronger, but transformed. The future was no longer a distant, abstract concept. It was something they were actively shaping, one step at a time. And for the first time in a long time, they felt a sense of hope, not just for themselves, but for all of humanity. The atmosphere aboard the ship grew still as Ray's voice crackled through the comms, a faint echo of the person they once knew. The crew gathered around the central console, their faces etched with a mix of awe and unease. Ray's words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. You have become more than human. You are the bridge between worlds, the guardians of the future. It wasn't just a farewell, it felt like a prophecy, a charge laid upon their shoulders. For a moment, no one spoke. The weight of those words settled over them like a mantle, both empowering and terrifying. Commander Hale broke the silence, her voice steady but tinged with introspection. Rays always saw further than the rest of us. Even before the artifact, they had this way of understanding things we couldn't, but this changes everything. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the crew. We're not just explorers anymore. We're something else, something more. The artifact had done more than alter their biology. It had reshaped their very understanding of existence. Their bodies now hummed with energy that defied human comprehension, their minds capable of perceiving dimensions beyond the physical. But Ray's message suggested that their transformation wasn't just physical or cognitive, it was existential. They were no longer bound by the limitations of humanity. They were evolving into something that transcended the boundaries of their species. As the crew processed Ray's words, Dr. Varma, the ship's chief scientist, chimed in. This isn't just about us. Ray's called us a bridge that implies connection between humanity and whatever lies beyond. The artifact didn't just change us, it gave us a purpose. We're meant to facilitate something greater, something we can't fully grasp yet. Her tone was analytical, but there was a flicker of wonder in her eyes, a rare break from a usual clinical detachment. The idea of being a bridge resonated deeply with the crew. It wasn't just about survival or exploration anymore, it was about responsibility. They had been thrust into a role they hadn't asked for, but one they couldn't ignore. The artifact had chosen them, and Ray's final message confirmed that their journey was far from over. They were no longer just travelers in the cosmos. They were custodians of a future they could scarcely imagine. Pilot Johnson, usually the most pragmatic of the group, leaned back in his chair, his expression uncharacteristically reflective. Guardians of the future, huh? That's a lot to live up to, but if Ray's believed it, maybe we should too. We've seen things no one else has. We've felt things no one else could. Maybe that's not a curse, maybe it's a calling. His words carried a quiet determination, a shift from his usual skepticism. The crew began to discuss what this new role might entail. What did it mean to be a bridge between worlds? Were they meant to mediate between humanity and other forms of intelligence? Or was their purpose even grander? To guide their species through an evolutionary leap, one that would redefine what it meant to be human. The questions were endless and the answers were elusive, but for the first time since encountering the artifact, they felt a sense of clarity. They weren't just adrift in the cosmos, they were part of something larger, a cosmic tapestry they were only beginning to understand. As the conversation continued, Engineer Torres, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke up. We've been so focused on surviving, on figuring out what's happening to us, that we haven't stopped to think about why. Rays gave us that why. We're not just passengers on this journey, we're the drivers, and if we're going to live up to that, we need to start thinking differently. We need to embrace this, whatever it is we're becoming. The room fell silent again, but this time the silence was charged with resolve. Ray's message had ignited something within them, a sense of purpose that transcended fear and uncertainty. They were more than human now, and with that transformation came a duty they couldn't ignore. The artifact had set them on this path, but it was up to them to decide how to walk it. They were the bridge, the guardians, the keepers of a future that depended on their courage and vision, and as they looked out at the stars, they knew their journey was only beginning. The crew stood at the edge of their ship's command deck, gazing out into the infinite expanse of stars. This was it, the final mission, not because they had run out of curiosity or courage, but because the universe itself seemed to be calling them forward, daring them to push beyond what they thought was possible. Hail, ever the voice of quiet determination, broke the silence. The universe is vast, they said, their tone steady but filled with a quiet awe, and so are our possibilities. Those words hung in the air, a reminder of why they had come this far and why they couldn't stop now, no matter the risks. This journey wasn't just about discovery, it was about defiance. Defiance against the limits of their technology, the fragility of their bodies, and even the boundaries of their understanding. The artifact they had found months ago had changed everything, not just their mission, but their very perception of existence. It had shown them glimpses of civilizations long gone, technologies that defied the laws of physics, and truths that seemed to rewrite the rules of reality itself. And yet, for every answer it provided, it raised a dozen more questions. That was the nature of the unknown, wasn't it? The more you learned, the more you realized how much you still didn't know. As the ship's engines hummed to life, propelling them deeper into the uncharted regions of the galaxy, the crew felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. This wasn't just another mission, it was a leap into the abyss. They had no guarantees of what they might find, or if they would even return, but that uncertainty was part of what drove them. It was the same force that had propelled humanity out of its cradle on Earth and into the stars, the need to explore, to understand, to connect with something greater than themselves. Hale's words echoed in their minds as the ship surged forward. The universe is vast, and so are our possibilities. It wasn't just a statement of fact, it was a declaration of intent. They weren't just passengers in this vast cosmos, they were participants shaping their own destiny with every choice they made, and this choice, to venture into the farthest reaches of the galaxy, was perhaps the boldest they had ever made. As the stars blurred into streaks of light outside the viewport, the crew prepared themselves for what lay ahead. They knew the risks, they knew the odds. But they also knew that this was what they had been born to do. The artifact had shown them that humanity was part of a larger story, one that stretched across eons and galaxies. And now, they were writing the next chapter. What would they find out there? Another artifact, a new civilization, or something beyond their wildest imaginings? They didn't know, and that was the point. The thrill of discovery wasn't in the certainty of what lay ahead, but in the possibility of what could be. And as the ship hurtled through the void, one thing was clear: they would never stop seeking answers, because the universe wasn't just a place to explore. It was a question to be answered, a mystery to be unraveled, and a journey to be undertaken. And for this crew, that journey was far from over. The air in the chamber felt heavier than usual, thick with a tension that seemed to press against the crew's chests as they approached the new artifact. This time, there was no rush, no reckless eagerness to uncover its secrets. The scars of their past encounters still lingered, memories of the chaos, the loss, the irreversible changes that had reshaped their lives. Singh stood at the forefront, her voice steady but laced with a quiet resolve. "We've learned from the past," she said, her eyes fixed on the alien structure. "This time, we'll do better." The artifact itself was unlike anything they'd seen before. It wasn't sleek or metallic, nor did it pulse with the eerie glow of the previous ones. Instead, it was almost organic in appearance, its surface rippling faintly like the skin of some dormant creature. Jagged, crystalline protrusions jutted from its core, refracting the dim light of their headlamps into faint, prismatic patterns that danced across the chamber walls. It was beautiful, but in a way that felt unsettling, as though its very presence was a test, a challenge to their restraint. Singh gestured to the team, her movements deliberate and measured. "Full scans first," she ordered. "No one touches it until we know what we're dealing with." The crew moved with precision, their training kicking in as they deployed a suite of sensors and drones. The hum of equipment filled the air, a symphony of technology working to unravel the artifact's mysteries. Each beep and whir was a reminder of how far they'd come since their first encounter, when curiosity had overridden caution and nearly cost them everything. As the scans began to relay data, the artifact seemed to respond in subtle ways. The ripples across its surface quickened, almost imperceptibly, and the crystalline protrusions emitted a faint, resonant hum. It was as though it was aware of their presence, reacting to their scrutiny. Singh's brow furrowed as she studied the readings. "It's not just inert material," she murmured. "There's activity here, energy patterns, something akin to a nervous system. It's alive, or at least aware." The revelation sent a ripple of unease through the crew. They had faced alien technology before, but this was different. This wasn't just a machine or a tool. It was something that seemed to possess a form of consciousness, a will of its own. The question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. What did it want, and more importantly, what would it do if provoked? Singh's voice broke the silence, calm but firm. "We proceed carefully," she said. "No assumptions, no shortcuts. We treat this as a first contact scenario. It's not just about understanding the artifact, it's about respecting it." Her words carried the weight of experience, a reminder of the stakes they faced. This wasn't just about discovery, it was about survival, about ensuring that their actions didn't unleash another wave of unintended consequences. The crew worked in silence, their movements deliberate and their focus unwavering. Every scan, every reading was analyzed with meticulous care. Hours passed and the artifact remained still, its subtle responses continuing but never escalating. It was as though it was waiting, biding its time, testing their patience and resolve. Singh watched it closely, her mind racing with possibilities. What was the artifact trying to tell them? Was it a warning, an invitation, or something else entirely? As the team continued their work, a sense of cautious optimism began to take hold. They were learning, adapting, and approaching the unknown with the respect it demanded. For the first time since their journey began, they felt a glimmer of hope, not just for themselves, but for the possibility of coexistence with the enigmatic forces that lay beyond human understanding. The artifact was a puzzle, but one they were determined to solve not through recklessness, but through patience, discipline, and the hard-earned wisdom of their past mistakes. The air in the chamber grew heavy as the crew gathered around the newly discovered artifact, its surface pulsing faintly with an otherworldly light. Dr. Elena Carter, the team's lead scientist, adjusted the settings on the control panel, her hands trembling slightly. "This is it," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We're activating it now." With a final keystroke, the artifact hummed to life, its glow intensifying until it filled the room with a blinding radiance. For a moment, everything was still, then the artifact began to shift, its geometric patterns rearranging themselves with a precision that defied human engineering. The crew watched in stunned silence as the artifact projected a series of symbols into the air, forming a message that seemed to hover just beyond comprehension. At first, it was indecipherable, a cascade of alien glyphs that danced like fireflies, but then, as if responding to their collective focus, the symbols resolved into something they could understand. The cycle continues. Prepare for the next test. Captain Marcus Hale stepped forward, his brow furrowed. "What cycle? What test?" he demanded, his voice echoing in the chamber. The artifact offered no further explanation, its light dimming slightly as though retreating into itself. Elena ran a hand through her hair, her mind racing. "This isn't just a relic," she said. "It's a mechanism, a tool designed to communicate with us. But it's not just telling us something, it's challenging us. The implications of the message began to sink in, sending a ripple of unease through the crew. Engineer Priya Kapoor leaned against the console, her expression grim. "We thought we were uncovering secrets about an ancient civilization," she said. "But this suggests they're still here, in some form, watching, testing us." The idea was both exhilarating and terrifying. For weeks, the crew had marveled at the artifact's advanced technology, its ability to manipulate energy and matter in ways that defied human understanding. But now, it seemed their discovery was only the beginning. The artifact wasn't just a remnant of the past, it was a gateway, a link to something far greater and far more ominous. As the crew debated their next move, a low vibration began to emanate from the artifact, resonating deep within their bones. The chamber's walls seemed to shimmer, as though the very fabric of reality was bending around them. "It's reacting to us," Alina said, her voice tinged with awe. "It's not just a message, it's an invitation, or a warning." Captain Hale clenched his fists, his military instincts kicking in. "We need to figure out what this cycle is," he said. "If this is some kind of test, we have to be ready. We don't know what's coming, but we can't afford to fail." The crew exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of their discovery pressing down on them. They had come to this distant corner of the galaxy seeking answers, but instead, they had stumbled into a labyrinth of questions. What was the cycle? Who or what was conducting these tests? And what would happen if they passed or failed? As the artifact's light flickered and faded, the crew realized their journey was far from over. They had unlocked a new chapter in their mission, one that promised both unimaginable discoveries and unimaginable dangers. The artifact's message echoed in their minds, a haunting reminder of the challenges ahead. The cycle continues. Prepare for the next test. For now, all they could do was brace themselves for what lay beyond the stars. The artifact had spoken, and its words had changed everything. The crew had entered a game they didn't fully understand, and the stakes were higher than they had ever imagined. The cycle had begun, and there was no turning back. The air inside the ship was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that seemed to hum in sync with the low, steady thrum of the engines. The crew moved with purpose, each member focused on their tasks, their movements precise and deliberate. They knew what lay ahead: uncharted territory, new challenges, and the ever-present shadow of the unknown. But there was no fear, only determination. They had come too far to falter now. Reyes stood at the center of it all, her presence a steadying force. Her voice cut through the silence, calm and unwavering. "You are ready," she said, her words carrying the weight of conviction. "Embrace the unknown." It wasn't just a statement, it was a call to action, a reminder of why they were here. They weren't just explorers, they were pioneers, stepping into a realm where no one had ventured before. And though the path ahead was uncertain, they had each other, and they had their resolve. The crew had spent weeks preparing for this moment. Every system on the ship had been checked and rechecked, every contingency accounted for. They had trained for scenarios that ranged from the plausible to the downright improbable. But no amount of preparation could fully ready them for what lay ahead. The artifact they had discovered, the one that had already begun to change them, was only the beginning. There was more out there, more secrets waiting to be uncovered, and they were determined to find them. As the ship's navigator plotted the next course, Reyes took a moment to survey the bridge. Her crew was a diverse group, each member bringing their own strengths to the table. There was Kai, the engineer whose quick thinking had saved them more than once, Dr. Vera, the scientist whose curiosity was matched only by her meticulous attention to detail, and Captain Ellis, whose steady leadership had guided them through countless trials. They were more than a team, they were a family, bound together by a shared purpose. The artifact had changed them in ways they were still coming to understand. It wasn't just the physical changes, though those were undeniable. It was something deeper, something that had altered their perception of the universe and their place within it. They had glimpsed a reality beyond their own, a tapestry of existence that defied explanation, and now they were on the brink of stepping into that reality once more. Ray's words echoed in their minds as the ship prepared to jump to its next destination. Embrace the unknown. It wasn't just about facing what lay ahead, it was about accepting it, about understanding that the unknown wasn't something to be feared, but something to be explored. They had already seen the impossible become possible. What else was out there, waiting for them to discover? As the countdown began, the crew exchanged glances, a silent acknowledgement of the journey they were about to undertake. There were no guarantees, no promises of what they might find, but that was the point. They weren't here for answers. They were here for the questions, for the chance to push the boundaries of what they thought they knew. The ship shuddered as it entered the jump, the familiar sensation of being pulled through space and time enveloping them. And then, just like that, they were there. The sensors lit up with new data, the screens displaying a view that no human had ever seen before. Reyes took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the stars ahead. "Let's see what's out there," she said, her voice steady but filled with a quiet excitement. The crew moved into action, their focus sharp, their resolve unshakable. They were ready, and whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. The crew moved forward, their steps echoing through the metallic corridors of the ship, a symphony of purpose and resolve. Each member carried with them the weight of what they had endured, the moments of doubt, the flashes of brilliance, the terror of the unknown. But now, those experiences weren't just memories. They were the threads that bound them together, weaving a tapestry of unity stronger than any force they'd encountered. Hale's words lingered in the air, a quiet but unshakable declaration. "We are the catalyst, let's see where it takes us." It wasn't just a statement, it was a call to action, a reminder that they weren't merely passengers on this journey. They were the ones shaping it. The artifact had changed them, not just as individuals but as a collective. Its light, its energy, its secrets, it had seeped into their very being, altering the way they saw themselves and the universe. No longer were they explorers stumbling blindly into the void. They were pioneers, driven by a purpose they couldn't fully articulate but felt with every fiber of their being. The artifact had chosen them, and now they understood why. It wasn't just about discovery, it was about transformation. They were the bridge between what was and what could be. As they navigated the ship's systems, preparing for the next phase of their journey, there was a tangible shift in the atmosphere. Conversations were no longer laced with uncertainty or hesitation. Instead, there was a quiet confidence, a shared understanding that they were part of something far larger than themselves. It wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about legacy. What they did now would echo across time, rippling through the cosmos in ways they could barely comprehend. Hale stood at the helm, her presence steady and commanding. She had always been their leader, but now she was something more, a symbol of the unity they had forged. Her voice, calm yet firm, broke the silence. "We've faced the impossible before," she said, her gaze sweeping across the room. "But this time, it's different. This time, we're not just reacting. We're creating, we're shaping the future, not just for us, but for everything that comes after." Her words resonated deeply, a reminder that their actions carried weight far beyond the confines of their ship. The artifact had shown them glimpses of civilizations long gone, of worlds that had risen and fallen, of ideas that had sparked revolutions across galaxies. And now, it was their turn. They were the inheritors of that legacy, the ones who would carry the torch forward into the unknown. As the ship's engines hummed to life, a sense of anticipation filled the air. The crew moved with precision, each action deliberate and purposeful. They had been tested, broken, and rebuilt, and now they were ready. The artifact's presence was a constant, a silent companion guiding their steps. Its light pulsed softly, a heartbeat in tune with their own, a reminder that they were never truly alone. Outside the ship, the stars stretched endlessly, a canvas of infinite possibilities. They weren't just looking at the stars anymore, they were seeing them as part of a larger story, one they were now writing. The artifact had opened their eyes to the interconnectedness of all things, to the delicate balance that held the universe together. And as they ventured further into the unknown, they carried that understanding with them, a compass guiding their way. Hale's voice broke through the silence once more, her tone steady but filled with quiet awe. "This is it," she said, her eyes fixed on the horizon. "This is where we find out what we're made of, not just as individuals, but as a team, as a family. We've been through hell and back, and we're still standing. That's not luck, that's who we are, and whatever's out there, we'll face it together." The crew nodded, their resolve unwavering. They had come too far to turn back now. The artifact had set them on this path, but it was their choices, their courage, that would determine where it led. They were the catalyst, and the future was theirs to shape. As the ship surged forward, the stars blurred into streaks of light, a visual echo of the journey ahead, a journey into the unknown, guided by the light of the artifact and the unbreakable bond they had forged. The crew stood together on the observation deck, their reflections faint in the glass as the stars stretched endlessly before them. The alien artifact, now silent and dormant, rested in its containment chamber behind them, a relic of a civilization long gone, yet its echoes still reverberated through their lives. Ray's voice lingered in their minds, a quiet but insistent reminder: "You are the future. Forge it wisely." Those words weren't just a farewell. They were a calling, a responsibility none of them had asked for but all of them now carried. For Commander Lyra, the journey had been one of transformation. She had started as a leader focused on protocol and mission parameters, but the artifact had forced her to confront the fragility of her own understanding. The visions it had shown her, of galaxies collapsing and civilizations rising, had reshaped her perception of time, of purpose. She no longer saw herself as merely a commander of a starship. She was a custodian of something far greater. The artifact had revealed that the universe was not just a collection of stars and planets, but a tapestry woven with countless threads of life, each one vital, each one connected. For Dr. Kale, the artifact had been a puzzle that defied logic, a challenge that pushed him to the limits of his intellect, but it had also been a mirror, reflecting his own hubris and the cost of his relentless pursuit of knowledge. The artifact's final message, an equation that seemed to describe the very fabric of reality, had humbled him. It wasn't just a scientific breakthrough, it was a reminder that some truths were not meant to be mastered but respected. He had spent his life seeking answers, but now he understood that some questions were eternal, their answers forever out of reach. And then there was Ray's. The artifact had chosen her, or so it seemed, as its final messenger. Her time with it had been brief but profound, a communion that transcended words. When she spoke those final words, her voice had carried a weight that none of them could fully grasp. She had seen something vast and unknowable, and it had changed her in ways they could only begin to imagine. Though she was gone, her presence lingered, a quiet force that bound them together. Her words were not just a directive, they were a gift, a reminder that the future was not something to fear, but something to shape. As the crew looked out at the stars, they felt the weight of their new role settle upon them. They were no longer just explorers or scientists or soldiers, they were guardians. The artifact had shown them that the universe was alive, a living, breathing entity that demanded care and respect. It had also shown them the cost of failure, the countless worlds that had fallen to greed, ignorance, or indifference. They had been given a second chance, a chance to do better, to be better, and they would not waste it. The journey was far from over. The artifact had opened doors they could not yet see, and its mysteries would linger in their minds for years to come. But for now, they were content to stand together, united by a shared purpose and a shared hope. The stars stretched endlessly before them, a canvas waiting to be painted. And though the road ahead was uncertain, they knew one thing for certain: they would face it together, guided by Ray's words and the legacy of the artifact. The future was theirs to forge, and they would do so wisely. The galaxy was vast, its secrets infinite, but so too was their resolve. They were the future, not just for themselves, but for all who would come after. And as the stars shimmered in the distance, they felt a quiet sense of awe, an anticipation for what lay beyond the horizon. The adventure was just beginning.